Hello, everyone. We're here again. It's Wednesday, and this is episode 28. My God, episode 28. And as usual, I've got Deboy here. Welcome, Deboy. Hello?
Sorry about
Yeah, welcome. Hello? There we are. Yeah.
that. Boys and girls.
Right. So, every week I ask this question. What have you been watching, lad?
Oh, bloody hell. I wish I could say I've watched a lot, but actually, I've had a lot of PC problems that have taken me away from the TV a little bit. But as always, I've had a lot of stuff that gets delivered because basically I buy everything.
Yes, all that garage is getting absolutely
They're
packed
not
now.
they're not in the bloody garage. For God's sake. Jesus. You've started already, look. Anyway, I've got my second copy of A Quiet Place, day one.
Fantastic.
So it's got a different picture, but not by much. This arrived yesterday, Thanksgiving. I'm looking forward to seeing that.
Yeah.
I haven't actually seen that film before.
Mm.
I've heard a bit about it. It's got a
Yeah.
mixed reaction, but
Yeah.
I still like to look at things like that. This one you'll like. Oh my God, didn't know, and I forgot that I'd ordered it. To Catch a Thief.
Oh, fantastic.
And this is the special.
Yeah.
This is the special
Oh,
one with the book and all that sort of
brilliant.
stuff, right?
Absolutely
I mean,
brilliant.
that's a stalwart classic. That
It
is.
is. It is.
For God's
Yeah.
sake. And of course, these two sort of go together. There's the deluxe edition of Twister, which is from
Yeah.
the what is it? Was it late 80s? No, it was early 90s. Yeah, was it mid sort of early 90s?
Yeah.
Because I got that on Laserdisc, if I remember rightly. And then, of course, that goes with Twisters,
Right.
which is the modern remake, which, as far as I'm concerned, look bloody identical story-wise, almost beat for beat.
Really?
When I saw that. Well, when you see Twister, right? And it starts off with the two meeting up, and then they go along in a truck, and then when they see the Twister, the truck gets caught up in it, and there's all these metal globes going around. And in this one, they meet up, they go along a road, there's a Twister that they see. I'm going, am I watching the same bloody film or what? Because, apart from the different actors, all of that sort of stuff, I'm going, what's the bloody difference? But I'm still looking forward to seeing it on 4K.
Yeah.
Because it was quite a colourful film, believe it or not. When they've redone Twister, I've heard it's quite a lot of green in it. The sky goes green before the Twister turns, and apparently that green is like, wow. You'll certainly know you're watching a 4K when you're watching it, right?
Fantastic.
Because it was as I was sort of I'm mentioning several times to people, you shouldn't expect huge resolution and sharpness gains when you're watching a 4K film. When you've got the sticker that says HDR, what it's actually doing is it's got a proper color palette that was what they were using when they were using filters on their cameras, so they've got the same color grade as when they were filming it. So greens are greens, reds are reds. There's no, oh dear, we've guessed what the red is, and you've got a reddy browny color and all of this sort of stuff. It's the proper red that was used when they were picking up the film negative and all of that sort of stuff, right? So that's why I'm looking forward to seeing those, because I've seen the film already this year. So it's not like I'm going to be missing anything. So, and other than that, on TV last night I couldn't sleep, but Get Out was on BBC One, so I watched that again.
Fantastic.
It's the film that I most want on Steelbook when I'm thinking about films that I've missed. Muckman will know that I've talked to him and said I haven't got A Quiet Place Steelbook, right? The very first one, or I don't think I have. I've still got 2,000 films to catalog. I'll probably find it, right? but I don't think I bought it because it came out at a time where I wasn't really collecting steelbooks.
Oh, right, yeah.
It's that crossover period, right? Now, the
Yeah,
reason I know this is when the Alien came out, the film Alien, for
yeah,
its anniversary, it came out with a 4K and it came out with a Blu-ray.
yeah,
And when I bought it as part of a collection in a tin set. So it was 5 or 6 films with
yeah,
the 40th anniversary edition in it. And they were all Blu-rays. So I didn't buy the 4K one. And so the 4K version of Alien that I've got is not a steelbook. It's the
yeah,
embossed slip cover one.
yeah, yeah. I've
So
got that
again,
one.
that's
Yeah,
again another
yeah,
one where I'd like the 4K steelbook, but I am prepared to pay 80 quid for it. I'll just
yeah.
wait. I'm just going to wait until this new Alien comes out this year, which, by the way, comes out on streaming service this week, I think.
All right.
So,
Oh,
so when that happens, they'll bring out the steelbooks again,
yeah,
and I'll be able to buy that
yeah.
40th edition again in another steelbook, and I'll just go, ha ha! I didn't pay 80 quid, you bastards. You know what I mean? Because I can wait. I've got
Yeah,
no problem with waiting. The only
no.
reason I have fear of missing out is when I don't think that it's going to be released again for about another 5 years or something.
Yeah,
You know
yeah,
what I mean?
yeah.
That's when I go, oh dear, you know. But I watched my Nightmare on Elm Street as well, steelbook that I got last
Oh,
week.
yeah.
I watched that. What I
Oh, have
will
you
say,
got Us? The other, his film after that, Jordan Peele.
Us. I was talking
Yeah.
about Nightmare on Elm Street.
No, I was just saying because you just made me think that because you said about the release
Of Get Out, you mean?
yeah. Has there been one of Us?
Didn't Us come out in a deluxe box set that
I
was
don't
sort
know.
of like? I think it was.
I don't know.
That's why I think I've got that one.
You've got that one, right?
I think I've
Yeah.
got Us, and I think it was in a red sort of like an arrow type. Not,
Yeah.
you know what I mean? A big box one that came out not last year, I think. I don't know if there's a steel book inside it or not. I haven't got that
All
far
right.
because there's an awful lot of those big boxes that I haven't got. I haven't got those plastic covers for because the boxes are different sizes. So when a steel book comes through that's normal size, I've got a ton of those plastic sleeves, right?
Yeah.
That you put them in.
Yeah.
But when it comes to those arrow ones that are different sizes, they're different widths. I've only got 10 and 15 of them. You know, so I wouldn't know if I opened it up whether I could put it in the plastic sleeve straight away. Do you see what I mean? So
All
I don't,
right.
you know. So there's an awful lot of those that I need to go through and catalog and all
Yeah.
that. Yeah,
Yeah.
you know the type of thing like this twister that I just talked about. They're all different widths.
Yeah.
So, you know,
Yeah.
that's a different width to that one.
Different. Yeah. They've got
You
book
know,
and stuff in it. Yeah.
yeah.
That's that.
So
Yeah.
sometimes it's a little bit difficult with those.
Yeah.
So yeah, Nightmare on Elm Street. Nice color picture. It's good. You can definitely tell it's 4K. I'm just basically saying it's not Jaws standard.
Yeah.
Jaws is like the quintessential, oh my God, this is where I look at when I'm looking at quality. And I'm
Yeah.
sure some other people are going to turn around and say, oh, I watched it. I think it's the best picture. I'm not saying it's a bad picture. I'm just saying, look, I compared it to Jaws and bloody hell, there's a difference.
Mm.
You know what I mean? But its color, oh, it's so much better than the Blu-ray. Oh my God, the colors. You know, the color of you know, the striped pullover.
Freddy's.
You know, I mean, you just notice it.
Yeah.
And the colors of when he's in the basement. Oh,
Mm.
you know what I mean? It's that sort of thing, right? So I'm really pleased that I got my steelbook of it. My collector's edition arrives on Friday. I'm one of the last. I'm one of the last people to get the collector's edition. So many people have been doing their unboxing this week.
Yeah.
I've seen no end of videos.
I've seen that. Yeah.
Or should I say I've seen alerts
Yeah.
that have come up in my stream. I'm not saying I've seen the videos. So many alerts that says opening of the Nightmare on Elm Street, opening of the Nightmare on Elm Street. I'm going, bloody hell, how many more? It's like, do I have to? Does everybody in the world have to sort of like show what they've got, what's inside the box? I know what's inside the box. It says it on the back of the box. If I go to Amazon or if I go to Zavvi, it tells you what you get.
Yeah.
So do I really need to see 50 alerts?
Well,
and tell me that they've got a Nightmare on Elm Street unboxing. No.
Well, they're just probably. I don't blame them. I probably want to get views. It's probably a good way of getting views.
Yeah, you know it's for views, but that's the reason. That's the reason why I like it when I see friends that have done it, and I don't like seeing all the alerts of people that I don't care about. But they, of course, have got their own friends. I'm just saying that. Look, there's a film that I've got in my collection there to Catch a Thief, right?
Yeah.
You tell me by next week, next Wednesday, how many alerts you get of the unboxing of To Catch a Thief.
There won't be hardly any.
Right? And then watch, right? How many people turned around and said, here's my unboxing of A Nightmare on Elm Street, right?
Exactly.
I'll tell you what, it'll be night bloody day.
Yeah.
And yet they're both the same price.
Yeah.
Right? I'm telling you now, it's all to do with viewers and all of that sort of stuff. And I totally get it. And I'm not poo-pooing anybody that does it. It's just I'm a bit fed up, of seeing how many come up in my alerts.
Yeah, no, I agree. Yeah, but you kind of know what's going to come up. You're right. You know the films that are going to, that's out. So there'll be loads on that. But as you say, lesser films are not necessarily lesser films, but films that are not people don't think as popular.
I'll tell you something else though. It came out in 2 editions. One just a standard steelbook, right, and one a collector's set. And the collector's set's got a different steelbook, right? How many are there out there that just did the standard steelbook opening? Hardly any. It's all Nightmare on Elm Street collector's edition, right?
Yeah,
all of them.
Yeah,
right. Where's the steelbook one?
Yeah. Can I just ask you something, because it fascinates me? How much did that collector's edition cost?
Of what? To Catch a Thief?
Yeah, the big collectors on Nightmare on Elm Street.
The Nightmare on Elm Street, I think, is either $39.99 or it's like $44.95.
I suppose that's not too bad for.
Like I say, To Catch a Thief is sort of like around about the same price.
Yeah.
I don't think it depends on where you're getting it from. If you're silly enough to buy it from Zavvi and you're not a red carpet holder or whatever it is, you have to pay an extra £2. You might as well have just thrown your money away, because on HMV it's free
delivery, isn't it?
Free delivery, and it's the normal price, and so is Amazon. And if you go to HMV, I think you'll find you'll get it day one release. It's only Amazon that are doing this stupid wait a week or something.
Actually, HMV are not bad, are they?
No,
normally they're pretty good.
The only thing people didn't like HMV for was for 2 things actually. One, there was a spate of where their boxes were really shit and they were getting damages.
Yeah.
The other one is that every time you pay for something, they usually take £1 out of your account to see whether your payment is going to be authorized or not. There was another one last year. If you pre-ordered something last year and your card lapsed, you got a new credit card.
Yeah.
On their system, you couldn't change the credit card. You had to reorder the actual reorder.
Yeah.
And of course, if it's a pre-order, you'll tend to find you can't pre-order it again because it's now no longer available. So you've got a copy that's reserved for you, but you couldn't buy it because your credit card's going to be declined and you can't change your credit card to do it.
Yeah.
And they fixed that last year, but that was one of the biggest problems that I ever had with HMV. I lost about 5 pre-orders.
I
said, well, I can't change it. There's another 4 coming up.
Yeah.
And they said, you better pre-order them now. I said, I can't. They're all out, and you're going to lose them out then because there's nothing that we can do.
Yeah. Oh, dear.
So, that was the other reason. But they've got rid of all of those problems.
That's good. Well, it proves they might listen to what people say then.
Anyway, we're in the pub. Where's my pint, you bastard?
Right. Here it is. And you're having bitter.
Just make a note, girls. Notice it was the virtual pint I got out of it. You know what I mean? Which is a typical northern bloody thing.
You need some proper stuff. You don't want any of this southern stuff. Blooming heck. Yeah. Bye, heck, lad. Right.
So let's listen. What else? You were talking about what I watched on TV.
Yeah.
Get Out was on TV last night. Right after that, on Legends, there was a thing called the Brotherhood of Satan
Oh,
or something, a
yeah.
1971 horror film,
Sounds good.
which I
Yeah.
missed the first 10 minutes of,
Yeah.
but I watched, and it was great. I liked it.
Yeah.
It was all right.
Yeah.
One of those ones that I think is probably from Tygon or whatever
Yeah.
it is. And all
Yeah.
that.
Do you know who was in it?
Well,
Anybody?
that's the thing. They were people that I didn't really recognize, and the
Oh,
director
right.
eludes me. Remember, I missed the first 10 minutes, and it finished
Yeah.
at like 20 past 1 in the morning or something.
Yeah.
So I'm going to look that up after this stream, and I'll look and see if there's a release for it, because I actually did like it. It was all right.
Good.
It was all right.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? TV wise, I can't remember what, but I've watched Penguin and that and all of that sort of stuff.
Oh yeah, I haven't watched that. Yeah.
I'm sure there'll be stuff that during your talk I'll remember, but don't
Yeah.
worry, I'm gonna let you talk now, and I'll only fall asleep during the music session.
Yeah,
Honestly, I promise you.
It's all right. The
So
music
carry on.
section won't be too long. Don't worry, but you might get a bit of education. You'll see.
Education? Well, from a northerner.
You might get some education, lad.
We educated you on where to get electricity bloody
it's
from.
not
So
a film soundtrack, right? Okay.
I think you moved to the telephone system after your walkie-talkie batteries ran out, didn't they? When you had that can with a string going through it, you know what I mean? We sort of out you there a little bit. I think.
Oh God, I remember. Yeah. Okay, so wait. Right, I'll start.
Just before you start, this is interesting. I didn't know this. There's a lovely channel on YouTube. I've forgotten his name. I think it's called AmTV, and he talks about things like all about the different ITV regions. When they started and how their logos changed.
Yeah.
He did a high definition reimagination of one video he did. It was when all the ITV networks changed to color.
Oh,
right?
Nice.
Now, your Yorkshire TV, which was it? It wasn't Tiny's. What is it? It's HTV. Is it HTV? Was that what you had?
We had before Yorkshire TV.
Right. So yours was Yorkshire TV, wasn't it? With the emblem, the little arrow thing that's upside down.
Yeah.
You went to colour a week after the BBC and the ITV regions down south, apparently.
Oh.
Right? 1969, November 15th was when the BBC went colour, and ITV went colour as well. Yeah. Same day, same night. But it was ATV. What was it? ATV, HTV. There was another one anyway. And of course, after 2 days, it was London. It was LTV, London
Weekend Television.
London Weekend Television. Oh no, it wasn't. That's what I mean. Oh. London Weekend Television. November 15th was a Saturday.
Oh.
Right. So London Weekend Television showed it in colour. But then it went back to Thames TV, which was Monday, because they operated Monday to Friday.
Yes.
Right? London Weekend was just Saturday and Sunday.
Yeah.
So they started 2 days afterwards, right?
Yeah.
So they didn't start at the same time as everybody else. And then it goes up, right? All the way through the channels. The last one, when do you think the last ITV region changed to colour? What year, right? It was 1969 when we went to colour on the major. Some of the. So
when was the last one? Which one? What year?
Was it? What year? And what channel do you think it was?
I reckon I'm going to get into trouble here. I reckon it'd be a Scottish one.
No, Scotland changed after 6 months. Go on.
Let's see. It'd be at least 3 years, maybe. Maybe 3 years.
So 1969, November 15th was the colour, right?
Yeah.
It was Channel TV.
Yeah.
And it was 1976.
Ooh.
They had black and white all the way to 1976.
Wow.
It was to do with the fact that there's very few viewers, plus there's very problematic antennas going across the channel island to the channel islands.
Ah.
So, of course, they had to use a transmitter that's over sort of like in France. to actually bounce the signal. I didn't know all of this.
Well,
These are the sort of things that I learned. It's a brilliant show. It's a brilliant thing if you're into history. But I'm sorry, I interrupted you. It's just I had to say that because it was absolutely
interesting.
It was right up your alleyway because when we went colour, it was 1967. Right? That's when Wimbledon was in colour on BBC Two, but it was 1969 when BBC One went, and it was November 15th when we went colour.
Yeah, I can imagine not many people were watching it in colour at that time.
Until, they talked about this. They said you got to remember that there were 3-day weeks. There was the decimalisation. There was all sorts of problems that, and most of the ITV regions didn't change to colour until they got their 10th anniversary. Until they reached their 10th anniversary. Then they changed it on the day that their 10th anniversary was. They changed.
Yeah.
You see what I mean? Unless they started in the 50s, of course, then it would have been about the 15th anniversary. It was always an anniversary date, apparently. Anyway, carry on. I had to say that.
You want to? Let's have a look. Yeah. All right. Yeah. I'll just start off with this because it's something. I saw it on. Thank you very much. I saw it on Amazon and it's gone down to $9.99. So I thought I'll get it. I might as well get it. It's going to be in my top 5 at least films a year, I think. And I thought, well, I've got to have a copy. It's such a great film. Well done. I watched it again. I've already been watching it before on a download, but I finally got this. So I'm really pleased with it. Excellent film. Still good. Then I watched this. Doom Watch. I know has come out on just very recently on one. This is a great film. Really enjoyed it. What I liked about it, I've been seeing, it's one where you've got hostile Highlanders, don't like the outsiders coming in. And
I sort of saw your thumbnail of it, I think.
Yeah, look, you see that face? It's a silly story. Apparently, all this genetically bad face.
Yeah, sorry, I was just looking. It looks like you because I can see the stubble, see the white, see the white bit. Yeah. Look at that. Oh, yeah. That's identical. That is. Look at that.
So if you go to one of these islands, don't eat the fish. Apparently, they were eating the fish, and this is what they started happening to them. But it was a really good film. I like these sort of hostile islanders when they've got a secret, but everybody's going saying no. But really enjoyed that one.
Who sent you that?
Ian? You can guess, can't you?
So that bastard Tony again? Oh my God!
And I watched this one. Absolutely brilliant.
We know where that came from. Go on.
Yeah, Peter Sellers, Ian Carmichael. It's just such a brilliant film. It's so funny. What am I gonna say? I absolutely love that film.
By the way, just to say, I do love you, Tony, you bastard. Right, anyway, carry on.
And then now this one is a 3-hour film, but wow.
3 hours?
Yeah, this one.
How many times did you fall asleep through it?
Nicholas and Alexandra. Honestly, this is one of those films.
Yeah.
It's fantastic. Absolutely. What I like about it, it's got all the major characters in it involved in Russian Revolution, and it's a brilliant story. You kind of think, why don't they make films like this anymore?
They've actually made a 4-part. They actually made a 4-part series of that last year, I think, on Sky, or was it on Channel 4 or something?
Yeah, but as a cinema release, I think maybe it's because again it's 3 hours long. People, but it's an epic story. But what I liked about it, as I said, it did include a lot of the characters that you would expect in a story like this, and they were done in a good way. I don't go on about too much about historical accuracy because a lot of them have, but this was very good. they did stick to the story really well, and they covered all the sort of things, and the haemophilia story of the little boy, and they had Rasputin. Guess who played Rasputin in this?
Oh, I wouldn't
Tom
know.
Baker. Tom Baker. Oh, it's
Are we
fantastic.
talking an 80s production then?
This is 1971.
71. So it's it was at the same time as him doing a Sinbad film then and all of that.
That's right. But
yeah?
Tom Baker is absolutely brilliant as Rasputin.
Yeah, because he was in a Hammer horror film as well.
Yeah.
Well, not a Hammer. It was probably one of those Amicus ones. Or
Yes, he was in one of anthology stories.
Yeah.
But he's very good. And the lead actor, of course, in this is Michael Jason, who, of course, plays the Valeyard in Doctor Who. So you've got a Doctor Who connection.
Sadly, not with us anymore.
Yeah.
There you go.
But I highly recommend if you want you like a bit of historical drama.
I'll tell you what, he was really, really good in Tales of the Unexpected. One of the episodes in that, he was a chess player in a prison.
Oh, right, yeah,
that was good.
He's got some great roles. What I liked about it, as I said, it covered everything. So you had all the characters, like you had Lenin, you had Trotsky, Stalin even popped up. So, and you saw how it all worked out, the First World War, and they did it exactly how it, as far as I know, how it happened. What happened in Russia?
Yeah, the show that I was talking about was set 100 years before that. So so it wasn't Nicholas and Alexandra. It was like 100
this
years.
Is brilliant because it just you and they even realized and put it in the film of why Russia, once they started to mobilize, they couldn't stop. Once he'd made that decision, that was it. Because if he stopped, that they would have lost. They couldn't stop.
Yes, of course.
Yeah, and of course they did start losing the war, and in the end, the troops just came back home. And
I do like period dramas. I think,
but it's very good. I recommend.
I think a lot of people poo-poo them, but I'm actually well into them at the moment. Well, then again, I am watching the Tudors at the moment. The other one I'm watching, what's that? What was the French palace called? That's over in France. You know, when all the
Versailles.
Was that There was a BBC production called Versailles. It ran for about 3 or 4 years.
Oh.
I've started watching a few of those as well. They're quite good.
And is that up to French Revolution? Other covering?
Yeah. That was based around. Yeah.
Oh,
so
that'd be good.
That's quite good because they actually filmed it in the palace.
Oh, even better.
And in the gardens. Their gardens are beautiful. If you've ever seen a bloody picture of the French, that's gorgeous. That place.
Yeah. Oh, sounds really good.
Yeah. So if you do want to watch a French period of that sort of thing, that's definitely worth watching. It's full of sex and stuff. I don't mind it, but it's when it's over the top. But you got to remember that the king over there at the time, I think his brother was gay, so they tried to hide the gayness by having a marriage that was set with and all of this sort of stuff. So of course there's all of that bed hopping and trying to hide all of the cavorting that was going on.
And one of the reasons why people revolted against it all.
Anyway, anything out? Tell me the rest of your stuff, because there's questions that we won't get to until about 5 o'clock in the morning or something.
The only other thing I watched
music.
Okay, I won't watch. I'll say what else I watched. And music. Okay, this is the bit that you want to forget about. This is Susie and the Banshees debut album.
Susie and the Banshees.
Yeah, Susie and the Banshees. Aren't you heard of Susie and the Banshees?
You said Banshees. Who's the Banshees, for God's sake?
Anyway, this is their debut album, Scream. And this album, I think, was very influential. There was nothing quite sort of the way they used the drums, the bass, the voice. Fantastic. You can see influence of like Joy Division watching this and listening to it, just listening to that sound and thinking, hey, we could use some of this. It's an amazing, influential album. They went, obviously, I think, more commercial, and they did actually do 11 albums, apparently 11 studio albums. But this is right at the beginning. I love that when you get a debut album where they're very different. Really, there's a rawness to them, and
Go on, then.
you can see.
Shall I surprise you?
Shall
I surprise you? Shall I surprise you? Shall I surprise you?
Go on, then.
I've got that on vinyl.
What the? Really? Fantastic. Yes. Oh, you've gone up in my estimation, lad.
So up yours. Up yours.
You've gone up in my estimation. You've actually got something.
What do you mean? I've actually got something.
Soundtrack.
I just don't go. I go on about soundtrack because we're talking about films.
Yeah, but no, I would have said I've got it on record. Not vinyl.
Yeah, all right. Yeah,
I've vinyl.
Yeah, but I wanted to talk in the language of the world. So I thought
vinyl. It's a bloody record, lad.
Record. Yeah, I've got it on record. It's a 30. It's a 33 and it's a 33 and it's a 33 and a third vinyl record. Yes.
Oh dear me. Anyhow, you've shocked me. I must get over shock. You've actually got one of these albums.
I've got quite a lot of records. I've got Mike Oldfield, all sorts of stuff, but I just don't go on about it.
Susie the Banshee, it's great. The fact that you've got it. I'm impressed. Yeah. You've impressed me.
That was a present back in the day. That was from my mum's boss. I think my mum tried to say that I liked horror films and all of this sort of stuff.
Gothic.
And of course, you know how it is when your mum's boss is something like 65 or something. They went into the record store and they sold them Susie and the Banshees, thinking it was some sort of like. I'm pretty sure that's how it went. It was.
Well, it's a good album.
But I did play it. I liked it.
Debut album. But for a debut album, it's a really good one. Okay, so we better get on, as you say, with the comments. So the first one is Cy Robson saying, "Evening, gang. Good evening. Brilliant. Welcome.
Hello, Cy.
And now there's a question for you. Deboy, I'm interested.
Hang on a minute. I've just got to catch my breath because I nearly had another heart attack then. There's a question for me. Bloody hell, hang on. Right, come on.
Fingers crossed you enjoyed it. So here we are. We can all lay back and it'll now.
Oh, right. Delbo, I'm interested in what you thought of the substance. Fingers crossed you enjoyed it. I loved it.
A question for you, lad.
I loved it. Yeah, that's why I nearly had a heart attack. Bloody hell! I had to catch my breath because there was a question for me. Bloody hell!
No,
I don't get them.
Nobody
asks me a question. Nobody asks me a question after 28 bloody episodes. But substance, yes, I went to see it Monday. Really liked it. I don't want to go over the story, but I thought Demi Moore was wonderful in it. It reminded me a little bit of a Twilight Zone or a Tales of the Unexpected, because I didn't know it was about a drug and about going young. You know what I mean? I don't know what it was about. I thought it was about drug taking or something. You know, so this is where I'm going in blind, right? And it starts off a little bit weird because there's this actress, and obviously perfectly portrayed. And she used to be in films and she's doing aerobic stuff, and I thought, is this a video about Jane Fonda? That's what I was thinking.
Yeah.
And then it turned into a sort of a twist with this drug. And like I say, then it goes on and on and on. I'm not gonna say any more than that, because to be quite honest, that's a quintessential top 5 film of this year. Easily, probably top 3. Probably top 3 films of this year. That film.
Fantastic.
that is one that I'm going to get collector's editions, a steel book. I'm going to get the bloody poster, the CD that comes out of it. You know what I mean? Well, the lot.
Yeah.
I really, really enjoyed that. Really enjoyed it.
Fantastic.
Anybody who has not seen that film, if I think there's about another week or two to go, probably before it's out of the cinemas, go and see it if you can. See it for a $5, see it for whatever. You know what I mean? I mean, it's definitely worth it. Yeah, that film this year. Yeah, I enjoyed that immensely.
Oh, that's good. I'm glad you did. Yeah. It's really good. A body horror film doing so well.
Yeah.
Fantastic.
I mean,
Fantastic.
I knew the only thing I really knew about it was that it was a horror film.
Yeah.
It didn't seem like a horror film because, like I said, it's more like a Tales of the Unexpected with this drug and getting younger and all of this sort of stuff. But yeah, it's a horror film. Yeah, it's a horror film.
Yeah. Excellent. So a good recommendation there.
Oh yeah. That's a nut.
Yeah.
You know what? The only thing that keeps me from giving it a 10. Yeah, because I'd give it a 9.5. There's a couple of performances in it that are a bit rough. Not the main cast. It's just
Jamie Moy is people have been praising.
Oh God, yeah. Danny
Yeah.
Moore, my God. But some of the cinematography is all right. It's not exuberant. You know what I mean? It's not. You know, there's nothing really that you wouldn't get in other films. You know what I mean? But it's a 9.5 at least.
Yeah. Oh, that's good. That's a good review. That's a good score.
I mean, if you only had 5 stars, I'd give it 5 because how could you do 4? You couldn't drop it 4.5. It's like, no, it's not that much of a drop. Bloody hell. We're talking minute.
Yeah.
Like this. Hardly worth picking the bones from.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? So
all right. Okay. Next we've got Jim Jam. Good evening, gents. Hello, Jim Jam. Welcome. And
get back to work, you bastard.
Jim Jam says, I've had a few new pickups today. Complete Randall and Opker deceased. Oh, I wonder how much you got.
He didn't say whether it's on Blu-ray or DVD.
Yeah. Yeah. Does anyone remember David Nixon? Yeah, he's from 60s, as I remember. A magician, and that's it. Is it? Can you remember him on that?
Yeah, he had a magic show.
But
that was about it. It was sort of like before Paul Daniels. You know what I mean? You couldn't look anywhere without seeing a I think he was on the Royal Variety Performance quite a lot. You know, he did that, you know, he did on the stage type stuff, and then you'd show him on TV, and he had his own show. I think he had about 6 or 10 episodes or something a year. It'd do specials.
Yeah.
It'd be on. I'll tell you where it'd be on. It'd be on Saturday night, or it'd be on a Saturday or a Sunday night after TV type thing. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like at 7 o'clock or something.
Yeah.
He wouldn't be in the 11 o'clock at night type.
No.
Because, you know, he did all those lovely magic tricks that we all remember as kids. Not the sawing in half and all of that. And the coins and the cards and stuff. It was none of this. I'm gonna make Big Ben disappear type thing. You know what I mean?
It was well before Paul Daniels as well, wasn't it? It must have been definitely. I don't know when Paul Daniels was on, but he was much later, wasn't he?
Yeah.
Let's see.
Just going back to Randall and Opker, I mean, we've talked about it a number of times. I mean, I've got the Blu-ray, but I've also bought the soundtrack to that. If anybody is really, really loving Randall and Opker, right? 2 things really here. The soundtrack is really hard to get hold of. Get it if you're really a fan.
Yeah.
Always try and get the Blu-rays, because I tell you what, they cleared up the picture no end.
Really?
Compared to the DVDs. Yeah, the Blu-rays are lovely. It's also on great TV at 10 o'clock at night, or repeated at 2 o'clock in the morning. they showed just to let you know, 2 or 3 days ago, they showed the David Jason one. A couple of nights ago. Last night's episode, because I watched it, was where Jeff was taking out the Miss World models around London while a bank robbery was going on. Randall and Hopkirk is probably the quintessential favorite show of mine, because I just love the idea that there was a ghost that helped you. You know what I mean? It was. I think Mike Pratt and Kenneth Cope really did well together. And not a lot of people talk about Andrea an awful lot. You know, the lady that was in it.
Yeah.
And the fact that the MIDI was also used in the Persuaders. Yeah, it was in the Persuaders.
Oh.
I think it was. I think it was. What's his name? Famous film actress, not Roger Moore, the other one.
Tony Curtis.
I think it was Tony Curtis's car.
Yeah.
In that, you know, when he was in Britain, when they showed the Britain ones, they just changed the number plate on it. That's all they did.
Did the Blu-ray come out just before they went under network?
About a year before.
Oh, that one too. So it's out then on this old gold media?
I think they've re-released it. Yeah, I think they've re-released it. I'd be stupid if they didn't, because I tell you what, that's like a quintessential one to get, you know.
So that'd be worth getting.
Saying that, they haven't re-released the Persuaders, as far as I know, because that book and that film version where they put the film ones together and all of that, I haven't seen that been re-released.
So will it be? The Blu-ray would be quite expensive, I presume, with this new lot.
You'd think so. I mean, when I bought it a day one Blu-ray release on the network. It was like $39.99. It wasn't that expensive.
Wow, that's pretty good. That's very good.
Then again, the other thing that I bought that was Blu-ray that was a first edition was like The Prisoner, because I wanted The Prisoner.
Yeah, I've got that. Yeah.
You know what I mean? And then, of course, there were subsequent ones after that. There was things like the 30th anniversary and all this sort of stuff, editions.
Yeah.
But you know, as far as I was concerned, I bought the one that was in a nice packaging and all that. Sort of stuff. They really went to board with The Prisoner, because The Prisoner is. I don't think The Prisoner is hyped. It's talked about a lot, but it's talked about a lot because there's a reason to talk about it a lot.
Yeah.
You know, I mean, where Danger Man was a run of the mill James Bond. Oh, look at me! I'm a TV production that I can sell over to the States. The Prisoner was a thought-provoking, just what you can do with mind control, and then the eternal question to a person that's in the prison, right? When you get out, you're still a prisoner of conformity. You still have to. You still have to. You still have to adhere to the rules that government set and all of that sort of stuff. So when you're escaping, where are you escaping to?
Yeah,
that was the big question at the end, and a lot of people didn't even get that. That was the one reason why McGowan's head always used to come up from the top, and then the jail bars showed, because that's him escaping, and you're not escaping to anywhere. You're still a prisoner.
Yeah.
I mean, I've ruined that now, probably for everybody, but
no, I think it's a program that I remember we all sat around and watched it when it came on each week. And can you imagine what people's reaction was on that last episode?
Oh God, yeah.
Oh God, people were. I remember even my mum and dad. They were going, "What? What's that? What the hell? What's going on here?" And the whole, you can imagine everybody, sort of their reactions were just so,
when Channel 4 repeated it after 15, 20 years absence, it was on Channel 4.
Yeah,
we as kids went into school because it was in the 80s. It was like 1983, 84 or something that they showed it, right? And it's got one of the most iconic title sequences going. Right?
Oh yeah.
You know, with that, everybody turned around and went, "What was that car called? Oh, it's a Lotus, is it?" Oh, all this sort of stuff, right? But the other thing is, I used to go into school early, right?
Yeah.
Before assembly.
Yeah.
Because I had a lesson. It was one
Yeah.
of the extra lessons that I had to do that was before that you do
Yeah.
outside of school, but it was
Yeah.
before school, if you see what I mean. So I used to walk down the aisles of the school to get to the
Yeah.
class, and all you could hear was my feet, right?
Yeah. Ah.
And in the
Yeah.
prisoner, what you hear is you go,
That's it. Yep.
right?
Yeah.
And I was going,
Yeah.
I'm the prisoner. I am. I'm walking down
Yeah.
here. I can hear my feet go
Yeah.
like that.
Brilliant.
I remember. It's so vivid in my mind.
Great memory that.
That's what went on when I was at school.
Yeah.
It was like that. It was
Yeah.
absolutely brilliant.
It
We
was.
all wanted to know
Yeah.
what the car was and all that.
Oh yeah. It was such a brilliant series. It's one you never forget. It's one that really does. It's in your mind totally when you watch it, and of course, I think he was filming Ice Station Zebra one week, and they changed the actor for playing
That's
number
right.
6.
Because I remember him at the end scene where they're all talking about bombs, aren't they? In the ice.
Yeah.
And they're talking about defusing the bomb. He's there,
Yeah.
isn't he, at the top there, isn't he? Yeah.
Ice Station Zebra is a great film, but he must have been contracted when they were recording The Prisoner, and so that week they decided to just change number 6. That's it. They changed it.
That's right. They put a different number.
It was what it did. They filmed a bit of him reading a story to these kids, and the story is of number 6. But it was a clever. That's why it was kind of
clever, yeah.
Different.
Ernest Borgnine was in Ice Station Zebra, wasn't he?
Oh yeah, Rock Hudson, Ernest Borgnine.
Have you got that film?
No, I haven't. I saw it at the cinema. My dad used to be absolutely.
All I'm getting. You see, I'm just wondering whether you got it.
Because
no, I'm not ordering it during the broadcast.
I remember my dad took us to see it and we loved it, but my mum were going, oh dear, I don't think she liked it because it's centered on that submarine, isn't it?
That's right, yeah.
There's not much else in terms of location. And but it's such a brilliant film.
They were all trying to work. Well, if I remember rightly, and it's been a long time since I watched it. I just told you about the scene I remember up on the ice and the bombs. They were all trying to work out who was the spy on board, weren't they?
That's right. Yes. Yeah. I know.
And then all the water started to come in and all that sort of stuff, didn't they? And it was going, we got to turn all the bloody all this sort of stuff.
Oh,
I have not got that film myself on 4K or Blu-ray. I'm just letting you know. Tony, I haven't got Ice Station Zebra. Anyway, carry on.
I wonder if he's got.
Carry on. That's my joke, Tony. That's my joke. All right. I'm not. I can get my own. I'm just letting you know it was a joke, but Tony, I haven't got Ice Station Zebra.
Oh, right. We better get some more questions out.
Yeah, right.
Jim Jam says, what's your favorite Mike Leigh film or TV play?
I can't think of many.
What's the one where the two sisters what's that one called? Where there's two sisters and they're trying to find the identity was it of their mother or father?
See, this is the thing.
One sister's white and one sister's black.
See, the good thing that Jim Jam's doing here is he's making us think, but B, he's got the advantage because he said multiple times on all his videos, I'm into plays at the moment, right? Now, I'm not into plays at the moment, so I haven't been watching any. So when somebody turns around and says, I've been watching some plays, I'm going, oh, shit.
There's another one which is famous, and it was on BBC.
Oh, it'd be on Play for Today, and he's watched it, obviously.
Yeah, I know what it was. It was called Abigail's Party, and it's one that's always mentioned. And if you mention Mike Leigh plays, they'll say,
"Oh, is that where all the family are around, and they actually have this this party or something.
Yeah, it's years since I've actually seen it.
Because
But
they
I suppose
turn up
Jim
and
Jam will have seen it now
they
on the
meet in the,
network.
if I remember rightly, they meet in the kitchen and then they go into the living room. But it's
Yeah,
the kitchen is where they all sort of like conform and stuff.
yeah. It's that series of Play for Today's were very popular. They did well. They did well.
I used to love watching plays, but I can't remember many of them.
Yeah, I got and the authors as well. But yeah, I
Yeah.
know Mike Lee, obviously.
Somebody will turn around and say, "Oh, what's your favourite Dennis Spooner play?" And I'll go, "Oh, bloody hell!" You know what I mean? I'll go, the whatever detective or something. And I'm going, "Oh, I can't quite remember what they're bloody called," and all of that. So,
yeah, I can't remember all these. I could cheat, but I won't cheat at
well, that's what I mean. We try. We don't cheat. We talk. We actually mention, don't we? And this is the thing I have to tell everybody. We talk about, say, do you know what? I'm going to look it up. That's when we're looking it up.
Yeah.
Otherwise, it's what's coming out of here.
Yeah.
And most of the time, it's wrong.
Yeah.
It's why I'll get years wrong and I'll
Yeah.
get things confused with something else and all of that. But I try to be as accurate and remember it as best as possible. But Mike Lee, TV play, caught me on that one, Jim Jam. I haven't been watching any and I can't think of any.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
Definite.
I know I'm sure his films is that I don't know what it's called, that with the sisters. And there's another one where there's a guy, it's a more recent one. It might be Mike Lee, where he's on Universal Credit, and he's a bloke in his 50s, and he has all these interviews, and they expect him to use a computer, and he's no idea how to use a computer.
That was the one that was at the cinema in the last 5 years, isn't it?
Yeah, I'm sure that's Mike Lee. I mean,
yeah. I saw that.
Tell us.
Yeah, I did see that.
Yeah. Is that Mike Lee? I think it is.
Well, no, I saw that film. I can't remember if it was Mike Lee or not. I just remember
I've seen it on TV. I didn't see it.
It was heavily advertised on TV, saying that this film, which I think was done with Channel 4 money, was coming out, and basically they showed a few clips of this guy who was trying to relearn all of this sort of stuff.
Yeah, because it's a sad film, really, as well. It's really sad, but it was very good.
Because they were bigging it up as being the next Full Monty, as in showing how rough it is for people that are out there and going on the dole and all of that sort of stuff.
Yeah, certainly it was spot on in many ways for somebody his age and what his experience in life was, and it was very good. Anyhow, let's have a look here. Now, this one's an interesting one. I think we've had this before about this film. It's had a mention, but I'll say it's Jim Jam. This is obviously another network release, so I don't think it is. Is the 39 Steps worth watching? But which film? Which version?
Wow. Is there a bad one?
No, I don't think there is there?
That's what I'm saying. Yeah, I saw the black and white one. I saw the color version remake. I've even seen one with what's his name? Mr. Powell. What's his name?
Yeah, Powell. What's his first name? Played Jesus.
Is it Anthony?
Yeah,
Powell?
And also in that Asylum is in.
Yeah. Anyway, that was a 70s adaptation.
Yeah. I think it's something Powell.
Yeah, I know.
I forgot his first name.
The only reason I know that is because he was in the Asphyx.
Yeah,
I watched it the other day.
Yeah.
Can I remember his first name? Can I buggery?
That's blooming name.
It could be Ian Powell for all I bloody know.
No, it's not that, and it's not Peter. He's some awful DJ on Radio 1 he used to be.
Somebody said Robert Powell.
Robert Powell, that's it. Brilliant.
Yeah. Anyway, he was in the Asphyx. That was a good version in the 70s because I remember seeing that on TV. I don't think there are really too many. I think I will go with the Hitchcock 39 Steps.
The 1930s one.
Yeah. Probably because Probably because when I saw that film, I didn't realise what the 39 Steps was in reference to.
Yeah.
I don't want to give it away because
Yeah.
that was an eye opener to me. I went,
Yeah.
"What? You're telling me that big whatever it is has got 39 steps?" I didn't realise that. You learn something new all the time.
Yeah.
But I liked Hitchcock even back then. When I look at his back catalogue. So
it was his British period, which is really good. I think is it Robert Donut or something like that? Who's the star? I like the name Donut. Hey, Miss, come here, Donut. But yeah, I think it is. I think it's somebody like Robert Donut.
Yeah, absolutely. But we all know about the colour one, don't we? Because it's got that quintessential English. He looks like the bloke who's come out of All Creatures Great and Small. What's his name?
Oh, yeah. Oh,
with his Queen jackets and everything. Yeah. I remember he's in a school trying to be a teacher, and he's talking to these people, and he's all getting it all wrong. I mean, even that version is great, which is a newer version, and
Yeah, Robert Powell. I must remember Robert.
I know.
Yeah. Yeah. And then Si says, Jim Jam moves in TV. It depends on which version of the 39 Steps it is. Yeah. Thanksgiving is a good slasher film. I really hope you like it. That's the one that you mentioned. Hopefully, you'll be watching it soon.
Yeah, look, there it is.
Yeah.
I don't know if it'll show up. It probably won't show up.
Yeah.
But there it is. Look, Thanksgiving.
Yeah. Let's hope it's not going straight in garage.
It's bloody well said. You're all bastards to me. Carry on.
And then we've got your mate here, Steve's Gaming. Hello, you old buggers. Question to you. If you were to play a video game together, what game would it be? Well, it's not bloody good asking me, mate. I'll tell you. I don't know anything about games.
And any bloody game where I can blow his head off.
Yeah. So I'll give you. What game would you play with Steve's Gaming then?
With Steve's Gaming?
What game would you play?
Any game that he can't play that I'm good at is the game I'd play with Steve. Actually, it's funny you mention it. We tried to do a stream together, We'd both got this game. It was called Planet Crafter, right? And we were gonna sort of like play together. We managed to just about get it right, but we couldn't get my voice recording. It recorded his voice, but it didn't record mine.
Yeah.
And then he decided that he wanted to do a sort of solo, sort of like series of it, and it went up to something like episode 80 or something.
Oh, right.
It was really, really good.
Yeah.
It was a hard watch for me because I'd already done the bits that he'd done, and I was going, "Oh bloody hell! I've done that. I know what you got to do there, you bastard. I know what you're supposed to do, but you're doing it all wrong." I was like this at the I was like this at the screen. But Steve and I get on like a house on fire. I'm dead jealous of him at the moment. He's doing a series of games of videos called from a game called The Foundry, right? But it costs 26 quid. I ain't got 26 quid at the moment. I just my with my PC problems where I've had to buy a new hard drive and a new capture card. I just don't have 26 quid because you got to remember that I have to make sure that I've got enough money for the pre-orders because they'll be coming out at any time.
Yeah, you don't want to get.
And if I then take 26 and it suddenly goes, you ain't got enough cash in it, I'll be going, oh bloody hell! If I didn't have put that 26 quid out, I'd have been all right. Look,
Yeah.
So I have to be very careful. But this is the most quintessential time for me to buy a game because when I've had my operation on November 5th, right, 2 weeks after that, I'm back at work.
Yeah.
So it's this period of time where I've got the most time. You see what I mean?
Yeah.
And it's one of those games where you need to spend a couple of hours a day on it. You know what I mean? To do this because it's one where you have to go back and forth and get this ore and take this ore to this rabbit over here or something, and the rabbit then turns that into shit or something, and you take the shit and you put that on the field and it turns into carrots. It's all that sort of stuff, right? So yeah, I mean, I'm loving his series, but I don't want to watch his series because I might buy it, but, but only when only when I can afford it.
Yeah,
You
yeah.
know what I mean? So,
So at the moment,
Steve,
you have to have.
so Steve, what game would I play against you? Any game where I'm better and I can blow the shit out of you. What game would I be playing with Ian? Oh, I'd play a cooperative game where we're all going to work together and get to the end and all that. It would be. I'll tell you what. I'll tell you what. A good game for me and Ian to play. It would be one of those quintessential historical battle games.
Oh,
You know, where you
yeah.
strategically are one side or the other. You're like, I'd be, I don't know, I'd be Cleopatra and you'd be
Yeah.
Caesar or something, right?
Yeah,
You've got your Roman army and I've got the Egyptian army, and
yeah,
we're gonna and we'll be reenacting the famous battle, you know, that was at
yeah,
sea of whatever it is. You know what I mean? I think we'd enjoy that together.
yeah.
Ian, how's that for you? Because I know
Oh,
you're
yeah.
not a gamer, so
And
that's why
what
I'm
about
asking for
Duke
you.
of Wellington versus Napoleon?
Yeah, yeah.
Waterloo. That'd be good, wouldn't it?
There used to be a series of games called Total War, right?
Yeah,
And the Total War series was something that I bought every version of, right?
yeah,
And the BBC Two had a TV program denoting it, where I don't know if you remember it. It's where school
yeah,
kids and their
yeah,
teachers got together and they used the actual software that you could buy off the shelf, and they reenacted battles of Agincourt and battles of,
yeah,
you know, like what I mean.
yeah,
And you were reenacting it exactly as it was, and you had to move your army exactly as it was in the actual how it's written down in history. If you
yeah,
didn't, then of course the logarithms that they used in that game would be all over the place. You might win, you
yeah,
might not. History might really be reinvented. And it also showed how much the students knew. You know what I mean? Like,
yeah.
if you didn't know that they flanked them from left to right, they honed them in so that they could actually use their arrows to rain in on the center and all of that.
All right, yeah.
If you didn't know any of this history, you were dead because
Oh,
because
yeah,
it was doing things like, how did the English with only 1,000 soldiers beat the French with 6,000 soldiers?
yeah,
You know what I mean? If you
yeah,
didn't know how that worked out, you were dead.
yeah, yeah.
In that TV series.
Eh,
I do remember that. That was great.
right.
Oh, sorry. My salute to you, Steve. Bastard.
Yeah. We've got Bookman movies. Your respects. Hello,
He's
Bookman.
sorry. No, hang
Yeah.
on. He said, can you delete that? Sorry, that wasn't one that he wanted reading out.
Oh, right. Anyhow, that's so your respects. And Cy Robson says, I watched The Shining on Sunday. Embarrassingly, it was a first time watch for me. Well, I absolutely loved it. Wow, you've seen that for first time. Wow, that's
What
amazing.
have you talked about whether you like The Shining or not? Is that one of your quintessential horror
Oh
films?
yeah, I've always loved it. It's one I saw at cinema, and soon as when it came out, as soon as I saw
See,
it, you knew you were watching something special.
yeah.
I counted
I
with
mean,
Blade Runner.
you were there on Saturday with me and Pete and Jamie.
Yeah.
But Jamie does not like The Shining.
Wow.
Doesn't like The
Oh.
Shining one bit. I love The Shining. Yeah, I've got. I bought it on VHS. I've bought it on DVD.
So have I.
I've got the white hard. I've got the white hard boxed version with the steel book inside it. You know.
Yeah, we ain't quite gone that far, but
but it's one of those films where each time I watch it, I keep coming up with a different answer. You know, it's one of those things where they all talk about see the actor, bloody hell.
what she went through.
Well, yeah, that,
what
but
was
also
her name? She just died recently.
Yes, what Deval.
Yeah, yeah.
But also the main actor I've got.
Jack Nicholson.
Jack Nicholson, there you are.
Yeah.
Jack Nicholson, as you know, we now know what he is at the end, right?
Yeah.
But there are people that scrutinize the journey that gets for us to know that, right?
Yeah.
And some people question at which point was he actually in that state or not? So in the beginning, do we actually see him? See, I don't want to give it away.
No, you don't.
So I won't talk about it anymore.
Yeah,
But we
and
talk about
actually,
we talk about his journey, and we question whether the end is
yeah,
right.
I agree, because when you've seen it a few times, the film, you start examining right from the beginning, don't you?
Yeah, but
You
you see,
start watching every bit.
it starts off with a car journey.
Yeah, that's right.
So of course you don't know quite at which point the ending makes sense.
Yeah,
That's the best way for me to say it without
yeah,
giving it away.
it's true. There is that element
But
that you start looking.
it's full of great cinematography, like the ice chase. You know what I
Oh,
mean? You know, the lad running
fantastic!
through the ice,
Yeah,
and then of course you've got all the cinematography of the hallways with the kiddies, the two kids, and the
yeah.
blood that comes through
There's
through
so
the
many
through,
different
through
scenes, and the typewriter scene.
yeah.
It's just amazing
So
stuff.
without really telling you too
Yeah.
much, I think
No,
I've
we
given
better.
still.
But there's
Yeah.
so many. It's one of those films. It's got so many different scenes that are just memorable, and that tells you how good the film is. You think, wow, it's that scene, this scene.
I think each person that comes away, even if they'll turn around and say they absolutely loved it, would actually tell their experience of it in a different way to somebody else that has to explain it. They would
Yeah,
actually explain it in a different way. They'd probably come out with the same thing. I absolutely loved it. But if they were
yeah,
to ask them the question, what is it about the film? Everybody's different take on it would be out
yes,
there, and
yeah,
each one
yeah,
would probably be different to the person to the left of them or to the right
yeah,
of them. You know, it's one of those types of films. Do you know what I
yeah.
mean? Where it's on so many different levels.
It is, yeah. And of course, the more you delve into the film, like you watch that documentary, which they tend to put with every release.
But this is where I have an argument
You,
with Jamie. This is where I
yeah,
have an argument with Jamie. It's not that he doesn't like the film. He said he saw it late,
mm,
and he thinks that the reason he doesn't like it is because it was overhyped. And I have to turn around to him and say, and this is where I tried to educate Jamie, and I love Jamie to death,
yeah,
don't get me wrong. I said, do you think, Jamie, you use that word correctly in this context? And I try to do this nicely. I say, because if you were to go back into the 1970s, that film was not hyped.
no, it
Wasn't
certainly
a
wasn't.
hyped, it wasn't a hyped
No,
film. What you're talking about is its historical presence in film puts it on a level that you think it's on a pedestal, and everybody around you has turned around and said, that's a great film for you to watch. And you then watched it, not liked it, and you said it was overhyped. That's not hype. That's local hype. That's hype that people have told you. The film is not an overhyped film. It didn't do well at the cinema when it came out. It was
yeah,
based around a book that a lot of people had read and was a bestseller.
yeah,
But that didn't necessarily mean that everybody in the world went to the cinema and they came away with it making $1 billion or something, right? Because it
yeah,
just didn't do it. It wasn't a number one seller even on VHS.
yeah,
You got so there are decades where it was just looked upon as being another horror film, right? It's when you got people like Alex Cox and Barry Norman and everything start talking about when they first went to see it and what their experience was out of it, that other people then said, oh, I didn't realize that, I'll go and watch that again. And they had to go to the local video store or whatever it was, that it started to be, oh, this is an actual missing gem. This is a
yeah,
little lost gem, really. It's really,
yeah,
really quite good. And then it's suddenly on a plane. And then whenever you talk to people that are about horrors, they turn around and go, oh, I loved it. Absolutely loved it. Oh, if you ever see it at the cinema again, you've got to go and see it. And this is where I'm saying, Jamie, I understand where you get the word hype from, but it's the wrong word in the context, because that film for decades was a also ran horror film
yeah,
and also ran. It didn't have the background of The Exorcist, where it was talked about because of its very religious overtones, which meant that it was in the news for all the wrong reasons and was banned. Right? We're talking about a film that people just didn't understand. Came away
yeah,
going, I don't understand this.
I saw it when it came out, and I knew straight away this was an amazing film. And then I
That's
saw it a
good.
few more times. But people who were like me, who liked the film, it already was building up a following because as I was a student at the time, and we got managed to get it. When it had gone out at cinema, we were able to get to see it again. I don't know how many times we watched it. We knew we were watching something special, but I agree. People outside generally, because
Baffled.
didn't talk about it, but people I think who were into film did talk about it. I
Yeah,
think they
yeah.
did, but it didn't have as wider context. And of course, there was no internet or anything, so
That's right.
what you had to work on was, like, I used to read out film magazines. That would be my internet and information, getting all these various film
Yeah,
magazines.
silly magazines, weren't
Yeah,
they?
I mean, they were selling them when you went in the theater. Every time I went to the theater, you'd get a latest issue of a magazine. The usherette was selling the film
That's right.
magazine.
Yeah.
But as a film, um, I, you're right. It didn't seem to get a great deal of sort of wider attention. It
Yeah,
didn't make it into.
it's like years later, One Flew Over the Cuckoo's Nest is now considered a classic. And oh my
Yeah,
God, look at the actors that are in this. You got Christopher Lloyd, you've got and I'm turning around to you and saying Christopher Lloyd was a nothing when that film came out.
yeah, yeah, yeah.
Danny
Exactly.
DeVito was only known by Taxi.
Of course, yeah. People forget about Danny
People,
DeVito.
it was a Michael
In it.
Douglas production where he had to use
Yeah,
his own money to actually
yeah,
get that film off the
yeah,
ground. These are films that are now looked upon, and yet if somebody turns around and then suddenly says that's an overhyped film, I go, it wasn't hyped at the
yeah,
time. You're talking about how people talk about it now, and that's what
yeah,
makes you think it's a hyped film.
yeah,
Hype. There must be a better word to use than hype,
yeah,
because as far as I'm concerned, it's more about how it's looked upon today than it is
yeah,
more about than what I call hype. Hype to me was when they were telling me that Batman was the must see film of 1989,
yeah, yeah,
right? And the hype was I saw it and I came away disgruntled, right?
yeah,
That's hype, right? But you can't talk about The Shining in 1971 and say that was hype, because nobody was hyping that film when that came out in 1971.
I think The Shining was a film that, if you really loved film, straight away you knew you was watching
Yeah.
something special. Seriously, I just sat there first few minutes even on when they're driving. I thought, hey, this is going to be good. You
I,
just
I mean,
knew,
I
and I
mean, I
knew
mean,
nothing about The Shining. And I
I
went
mean,
to see it and didn't know
yeah.
anything about it. I just went in there because I used to go every week to cinema in town, and also there was the university bit, and I just went in there and I didn't know anything about it, but it was one of those films you immediately know, like Blade Runner, that hey, this
Yeah,
is somewhat
yeah.
different. You just knew it was an event. It didn't need to have hype or anything. It was just there in front of you, and you thought, wow, this is somewhat special. You just knew. You
I'm
just
easy.
knew
I
it.
mean, I'm easily sold though, Ian, a little bit with cinematography. You know what I mean? There was
Yeah,
lots of things in there that are in slow motion and panning shots and chase shots through the snow and all of this sort of stuff. And I
yeah,
just basically love all that. And
yeah,
when I saw the film, I did see it at the pictures. The first time I saw it was at the pictures, but it wasn't in the 70s. It was I think it was like Oxford Cinema,
yeah,
about 30 miles away from
yeah,
me, right? Um, they showed new films like Blade Runner at the time, in
yeah,
1980, right?
yeah,
But they'd also show, if during the week, old films that were
yeah,
rerun,
yeah,
you know what I mean? And I used to like going to Oxford on a Wednesday or something and then going, right, I'm going to go to the old cinema house and watch whatever is on there. and they'd be showing things like the 39 Steps, or they'd be showing, a Hitchcock season or whatever. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I think it was a Stanley Kubrick season that I saw The Shining. I think they did The Shining 2001. I think they did the Peter Sellers one, the How We Won the War, there was, and I didn't go to all 5, but I went to 3 of them. I'm just trying to remember which 3 they were. I think it was A Clockwork Orange, Shining, and 2001, if I remember right.
Yeah.
And the reason for Clockwork Orange is, I don't know if anybody knows this, but Clockwork Orange was written by an author that's very close to where I live. And it was sort of like it was sort of like well known at our school that this bloke lived and breathed near us, because I remember our English teacher saying, "Did you know that there is a vocabulary sheet at the back of the book?" And I went, "No." Said, "Yeah, it's got its own language, Clockwork
That's right.
Orange."
Yeah.
And it's at the back of the book. So it wasn't Clockwork Orange is not something that you read in English class, but your English class teacher will probably recommend that you do. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Just purely on the basis, oh yeah, he actually went to school near around here. Not quite sure where, but it was, up the street or whatever it was, or around, in a village or whatever it was. So yeah, that's how that's how I watched a lot of things, was when people recommended stuff.
Yeah.
That's why I like coming on here, because the guys that are asking the questions at the moment are the people that I'm talking about that would say, "Oh, you ought to go and see this."
Yeah.
You know what I mean? That's like my English teacher coming up to me, say, "Oh, you ought to read Clockwork Orange."
Yeah.
It's got the bloke was from here, this was from here, blah blah blah. And I'm going, brilliant. Anyway, we've been on that one for a while, haven't we?
Yeah. So we'll better move on, because we'll be here.
I just want to end. This was not a go at Jamie.
Yeah.
What it was is that I'm having difficulty with trying to come up with a word that is different to hype, because when he mentions hype, I think it's the wrong word to use. It was hyped up to him based on the legacy statement of the actual film, not hyped from the point of view that the film did immensely well at the pictures and that everybody was told to go and see it. You see what I mean?
I'm thinking as well, when your films were pre-internet, that anything that you might say hyped would actually, it'd be in the media. That is the only way, and a film would only get what we might call hype if it became a story, which Clockwork Orange became a story. So therefore that got what you might consider hype. But the only way, I used to every month buy film magazines. That was my internet of finding out about.
I couldn't buy the magazines that you're talking about, because, to be quite honest, you're about 20 years older than me. But right, I used to watch Barry Norman in the 70s.
Yeah, so did I. Yeah.
So Barry Norman would have been probably the person that you would go to see whether there was something that was right at the cinema. And then there would be other BBC shows that were quite stuffy, that would be like book review or something.
Yeah,
right? And they would bring up the subject of A Clockwork Orange, say, because the film was out. And so there'd be all these snobs sitting around on a sofa, right?
That's right, yeah.
And they'd be talking about, oh, the film's just come out. Well, let's talk about Clockwork Orange. Well, Clockwork Orange is a very stuffy book, isn't it?
Yeah.
Well, I read it the other day, and I thought it was like this.
Yeah.
You'd have all these people going around saying, well, I saw the film, thought it was great. There'd be one person that saw the film, one person that read the book, another person that only read it last week. You know what I mean? They'll all be talking about it and all having different views. Used to be quite fun. Oliver Reed used to turn up at some of these sets.
That's right, drunk.
Pissed out of his head.
Yeah.
Talking about it.
Yeah.
But anyway, let's move on.
Actually, I don't know if you remember, there was a program called Did You See? And I used to really enjoy it. And they'd look back at what was on the TV.
Wasn't it? Did you see ... with a finger out the box?
Yes, I think that's it. And
That was the symbol.
person who was somebody called Ludwig Kennedy.
Ludwig Kennedy, yeah.
And it was brilliant. I used to love it. He used to talk all sorts about what was going on at the time. And
I used to watch Wicker's World. I used to watch everything, mate.
Yeah. Anyhow, let's get on. People have been going, what?
Yeah, we go. What bloody hell's he talking about?
Mukman Movies. My original message was deleted, so I'll try again.
Do you remember? We were talking about remove my comment. It's because his original message it didn't make sense.
Oh right, yeah. Tony, hello, Tony. Evening, Arundel.
Yeah, bastard.
DVD
right, there you go, you bastard.
And Hawkirk, James. Hopefully not the Reeves and Mortimer remake. Oh right. I do vaguely
I'll tell you
remember
what
that.
though, right?
Yeah.
I've got the Reeves and Mortimer remake, right? And I think you'll find Tom Baker's in it. If I remember right.
Oh,
one of the ghosts, I think. It's got a Doctor Who character in it. It's a terrible remake, but a good remake. It's one of those ones where I put it in as I've watched it. It's terrible, but when I go back and look at it, I go, it weren't as bad as what I keep saying it was. Like that. It's not a patch on the 60s Randall and Hopkins,
it wouldn't
right?
be.
It's
It wouldn't
you know, so you've got Reeves and Mortimer in it.
Yeah.
You know full well it's not going to be quintessentially what we remember of the 60s Randall and Hopkins. But saying that, they've got white jackets on, they're ghosts, all of this. There's some like Midsummer Murder type mysteries going on. It's just when you watch it, you just go, I wish this was more like the 60s show.
Yeah.
But if you actually re-watch it now and go back, you'll go, that was actually enjoyable. 50 minutes, all right.
Yeah.
Now, you can't turn around and say it was totally shit. They made a second season.
Did they? I can't remember.
It got commissioned.
Yeah.
I
thought you were going to say it got cancelled. So it
was
get
not
a second season.
It was not a one season and done.
Oh.
But it's not Randall and Hopkirk, and it's not even it's not
Yeah.
even in its shadow. You know what I mean? It couldn't wear the socks in the shoes, let alone wear the shoes. You know what I mean? It is talked about like that. But to be quite honest, if you go back and rewatch it, I remember the first thing I said about it when it was on TV. I said, they've got rid of the title tune. I don't want it already. Because that harpsichord and that music was just in my brain.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? You know, it's a harpsichord and all of that.
Yeah.
You know, it just really works out well. And they put some weird music in the title sequence, and I was going, I'm sorry, but I've got to be able to hum the title sequence after I've watched this first episode. I couldn't even remember how it went. But shit.
Yeah.
Straight away, I was saying it was shit. BBC production. There you go.
Yeah. Then we've got Mukman Movies. Hi guys, I won't be chatting tonight because I'm absolutely heartbroken at the moment. We had to put Hadley, our dog, to sleep on Monday. We loved her dearly, and it was a shock and came out of the blue. I'm so sorry, because they are members of your family, pets. And
I didn't know quite what to put to his 10-minute video that he did of his montage of his dog today. But I did do an RIP and all of that.
Yeah.
To be quite honest, I was heartbroken when my cat died. You know, I know exactly what it's like.
Yeah.
Sometimes actually, I think I'm more keen and upset when a dog dies than a person.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
I know. I was. I had a budgie which lived about 10 years, and I was heartbroken when he died. I know people think it's a budgie, but any pet that you have, you build a love for it. Really,
like I said, this cat.
Yeah.
It was a rescued cat that was my next door neighbor who owned the post office. Their mother had to go into a home and they couldn't bring the cat. It was a rescued cat given to their mum, and their mum then couldn't have it. And they said it's going to be put down unless I took it on. And
Yeah.
I'd moved to Manchester, so I was in my house. I'd only been in the house 3 months, and they brought it up to me to say, "Would you look after this cat?" And I said, "Actually, it'd be quite nice. I'm a bit lonely, really. There's nobody up here." Little sod got out the first day that the cat that they delivered it, and it got on top of our flat roof, and it was looking at me, and it wouldn't come towards me.
Yeah.
Because I read that you need to keep a cat in for 3 days and all of that sort of stuff. Do you know what I mean? And I thought, oh, they're going to be talking about it to say how the cat is and it's got run over, or it went outside and it never came back, and all of this sort of stuff.
Yeah.
This cat just looked at me smarmingly because I had no ladders, didn't know how to get it down or any of that sort of stuff. And it saw me trying to get it down, from a flat roof. I was standing on boxes, all sorts of stuff, and I'm sure it was laughing at me.
Yeah.
What's he trying to do? Because I had no cat flap, nothing. You know what I mean?
Mm.
But he then turned into a cat that, for all his idiosyncrasies, I fell in love with. I got a cat flap, and the one thing that he did with this cat flap, right? He went out my back door, went all the way to the end of the terrace, came round, went through all the front gardens, and then sat on the windowsill out the front for me to let it in. It would then eat, go out the back, go all the way down to the end terrace, go round through the front garden, sit on the windowsill. I'd let it in, go straight to food, and he'd do that all day.
Yeah.
I was going, you little bastard. That's all you want me to do is let you in all the time, feed you, and then you bugger off and come back 5 minutes later, sitting on that windowsill. Right? That's all it ever did. One day, he didn't like me going to work, right? I used to come back at lunchtimes to feed him, right?
Oh.
And I fed him, but I didn't realize, right, that I'd kept my back door open on my car.
Oh, I can guess.
Right?
Yeah.
And I got in my car, and I was halfway down the M60 or something going to work. For 2 junctions I had to go on it. I looked in my mirror, and there he was on the parcel tray at the back. I went, "You bastard!" And I had to do a U-E on the, I had to get off the motorway, go back on the motorway, drive all the way home, and then I got into work, and they said, "You're late." I said, "I know. Bloody cat was in the parcel tray."
I thought, right, yeah.
That's likely story.
Yeah.
I went, it was. My dad laughed his head off when he said, "They said, did he really?" I went, "Yeah, weren't funny." In the back, he was sleeping on the parcel tray at the back. I couldn't keep him in the car for 4 hours while I was waiting for my afternoon shift to finish. I had to drive him home.
Oh.
Anyway, that's my little story of animals.
Yeah.
And I'm so sorry to hear about that.
Yeah, so am I.
My thoughts, like I said in my comment, my thoughts are with the family.
And then Tony says, "All the best, Jamie." Thank you, Tony. I really appreciated your comment the other day. I've put up a video of her live today.
That's what I saw today. 10 minutes long. It's lovely.
No problems. I'll have a look at the video later. Sai says, movies, my heart goes out to you. I'm currently having issues with my dog. She has a big lump on her head. Oh dear. And they've told me to expect the worst. I'm sorry about that as well.
Yeah, when my cat died, it had a tumor behind the eye.
Yeah.
And its kidneys were failing. What happened was it started to go blind. Then the tumor got larger. Then it got sort of white cream around the mouth when it was trying to eat. I think it was painful for the cat to eat. I remember I went to work. My dad took it to the vets, and on that Monday, when I got a phone call on my mobile phone at lunchtime to say we had to put it down, I had to drive home.
Yeah.
I was upset, and I was off work for
Yeah.
a week. I was
Well,
off
you
work
would.
for a week.
Yeah. Yeah. And then Muckman says, I pray for you, Si. It's horrible.
Yeah.
Cheers, Muckman. We took Adler to the vets thinking she only had a stomach bug, but after an ultrasound scan, they discovered she had a blockage in her gallbladder and tumours on her liver, as well as blood levels very high. Oh, that is that.
That's awful.
Yeah, I'm
I
so
know
sorry.
that certain dogs have a problem with their stomach twisting up or something, don't they? Isn't that a common problem with dogs where they eat too fast and it twists their stomach, and they can sometimes die if you can't untwist it or something?
Yeah.
I remember reading that once, but that's horrible what you just read. Bloody hell, it makes me feel sick thinking about it.
Si says, I'm so sorry, mate. Muckman Movies vet said the prognosis was very poor and said he would put his own dog to sleep rather than operating, as it was all too risky. Yeah. Muckman Movies says, thank you, Si. Muckman, anyway, I'll sit back and listen now. I don't want to depress you all, but thank you, for talking about it, and so just it is.
I'm
very
not depressed, but it actually makes me think of all the happy times I had with my cat. Actually,
yeah.
As much as I've cried and cried and cried over the end of my cat's life. When somebody tells me that their dog's died or their cat or any animal or whatever it is, it's funny. But I then start thinking about the good things, like that cat story I told you about. And all of this sort of stuff. And I don't remember that day much, or I try not to remember that day when my dad called me up and told me we've had to put it down. I know that my dad phoned me up. I know he put it down. I know I had a week off because I was upset all that week. I had the stomach problems. I was physically sick. I couldn't sleep. All of those sort of things. Because I tell you what, my dad was retired and he knew that cat was around him all the time when I was working. And he must have been mortified. To actually go in there and have to make the decision for me on my behalf to put the cat down or not. That must have been the hardest thing for him to do. So, I think of the good things, and I hope eventually you'll get to that stage. A couple of years down the line, whether you've got a new dog, a new cat, whatever, you'll be thinking fond things and not remembering the Monday. You won't remember Monday at all. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah. I'm just remembering the budgie Bobby, because we used to have the door open so he could go in and out of his cage and sit on top of the cage and wander around the house. And then when it was sort of bedtime, he sort of knew. I don't know why. He just would go back in his cage and he'd make a few noises which said, "Put my cloth." You put a cloth over the cage and they go to sleep. You think of all the things like that, but anyhow. Well, they basically confirmed that the lump on Miley's head is a tumor. And they think that is spread to a nasal passage. Oh dear.
See, now the tumor on my cat was behind the eye, so
so he's saying delete his comment. It makes no sense with that preceding post that got deleted. Okay.
You didn't see that because it's done on, actually on the website. And you don't see it on yours. So.
Yeah. I really enjoyed Doom watching. It's not really a horror, more of a quite low-key sci-fi thriller. Thanks for the continued kind words, Del.
Tony, I absolutely do. Really like. I do really like. I wouldn't have asked for you to be an admin if it weren't for the fact that I thought you were. It's just you're a complete bastard, really. You keep sending all this stuff to him. We're going to be here for 6 years going through that bloody box. Tell you what, I could buy everything from HMV every week for the next 2 years, and he'd still be bringing out stuff that you sent him from last week, and it would have cost me a bloody fortune. Salute, Tony. Salute.
And next we've got Frank Holder. Hello, Ian Hill and Delma.
Oh,
Hello.
Frank, yeah.
I love these. Question for you. What 3 series from the 60s are a must buy? Oh, God. Well,
He's asked me a similar question where he said, what Blu-ray TV series should I buy, from the 60s?
So, this is series. It's TV stuff. Yeah.
I mean, we've already mentioned Randall and Hopkirk, and that'd be a quintessential one for a start, from my point of view. But there's so much. I've mentioned this before, and I'm just gonna say this once more, Ian, just because I want Frank to go away going, yeah, these are the 3 that you ought to go and buy. But they've remastered Star Trek the original series.
Yeah.
Now, those on Blu-ray, absolutely wonderful, right?
Yeah.
UFOs from Jerry Anderson. On Blu-ray, it's gorgeous, as is Space 1999.
Yeah.
UFO is 60s. Well, it's 1970 actually, but it's counted as 60s. Space 1999 is definitely a 70s show. You've got The Prisoner, you've got The Persuaders, you've got The Protectors, you've got The Avengers, you've got God,
The Avengers. Yeah.
you've got Department S, you've got and this is before we get to the 60s Doctor Who. You've got which you could buy the box sets for.
Yeah. And your Twilight Zone, of course.
The Twilight Zone's 50s, but it did go into the 60s. You're quite right.
Yeah.
The Outer Limits is a 60s show. There are so many that if you were to knock it down to a quintessential 3, you'd be turning around and saying, actually, what you really need to do is have a top 3 for the UK and a top 3 for America. Because, I mean, I could turn around and say, look, I watched The Adventures of Robinson Crusoe, that was sort of like the 60s repeated in the 70s. The Flashing Blade. I watched all sorts of stuff that's through the years that, I mean, you could class as children's TV, but actually it was much more modern than that. It's very difficult for me, but Randall and Hopkirk is one of those ones where I'll hold, no matter what you said to me, top TV series of the 60s, Randall and Hopkirk would always be in it. It would always be there. Doesn't matter what you ask me. The Next Generation, the original series, Time Tunnel, Land of the Giants, whichever you could, Lost in Space, all of them, Randall and Hopkirk would be in my top 3. Doesn't matter. Top 3 every time. Do you know what I mean? So I'm just going to say that. Now, what's your top 3, Ian?
My top 3 has to be, first one, you mentioned it, Land of the Giants.
Yeah, brilliant
Land
show.
of the Giants I just absolutely adore.
Lasted only one season, but then again, most Irwin Allen ones did. But they were more like mini movies. Every episode was a movie.
Fantastic series.
I will say that about Irwin Allen's TV series.
Yeah, and they look good. They still look good. I've got DVD of it, and it looks absolutely fantastic. Beautiful.
I'll tell you the only thing I don't like about Land of the Giants, and I don't think this gives the game away or anything. Each episode seemed to unlock what was going on, right? Because it's all based around a house or a garden that they're all in, right?
Yeah.
And Doctor Who did it in 4 episodes. The whole of Land of the Giants was condensed into 4 episodes of Doctor Who. It was exactly the same thing. Now, I don't want you to go away and then look for the first story of the 2nd season of Doctor Who, right? And then go, oh, is that what Land of the Giants was all about? Because Land of the Giants is much more complex and comprehensive.
What I liked as Land of the Giants developed, you got to see this other kind of the giant society, which appeared to be a 1950s America. The giants were living in, and it's really good. And then you got this what I've forgotten his name. There's a police man who's a detective who's totally obsessed with catching the the little people.
Yeah.
And you get a brilliant stories going along. But yeah, so I'd include that. And I think I have to include.
I would say as well that it's the closest probably thing to the Fantastic Voyage that you could possibly do.
Oh yeah,
honest, without going into a body, which is what Fantastic. By the way, have you got that on Blu-ray? Fantastic Voyage. Not many people talk about that.
No, people
Rakow Welsh again, isn't it?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Right. Fantastic Voyage injected into a body, blah 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 blah. It's a miniaturization story, so obviously, you have your own ideas about it. But anyway, carry on, because I'm interested to know.
I have to pick the other one, which is just pure 1960s, which is the Avengers. But which season do I pick? Do I pick the black and white Diana Rigg season or the color one?
Well, I go with the Diana Rigg.
I'm going to pick the color one, even though the black and white one. I think I picked the color one because it's what I loved about the Avengers. As it progressed, it got more fantasy elements in it, and plus Diana Rigg. I mean, who can argue Diana Rigg?
Well, I mean, my dad liked the Tara stories the best. But,
I like the
Diana Rigg ones. I like the Diana Rigg ones. But,
they had Mother introduced as a character in that, as I remember, and
in the wheelchair, the fat bloke.
But to me, it's 1960s series, so
quintessential 60s.
So I picked, and I loved all these villages that they would film. They're often the same one where they're all deserted and something's happened, and absolute wonderful tales. They're so British. They're of a Britain that didn't really exist, but it was there. It was something special.
But it was all based around London or the countryside around London or whatever.
So I would choose. So I've got Land of Giants, The Avengers, and I won't include Doctor Who, even though obviously I would include Doctor Who. So I have to pick something else. I'll pick The Prisoner, because The Prisoner is so. It's just there's no like The Prisoner. There really is. It's just something that just is outstanding, and just on its own, it's in its own. It's there. It's brilliant. So that'd be the three I would choose.
Yeah, mine. I mean, obviously, I've already mentioned my two. I probably didn't give you a third. So just to make it perfectly clear, Randall and Hopkirk is in it. Star Trek: The Original Series is a quintessential 60s show that I would have to include. Doctor Who would obviously be there, but if I wasn't to choose that, I've got to give you a third. And it's very difficult for me to say UFO because that's the 70s. It's 1970. It's classed as 60s.
Yeah.
So if I weren't going to go with UFO, see, you've already chosen the.
I deliberately didn't choose Star Trek.
Well, look, you've chosen
they're obvious ones. Star Trek and Doctor Who are just so. They're just something.
You've chosen The Prisoner. We're not talking Doctor Who.
Exactly. So that's
I could go down the other Jerry Anderson route of puppets and go Captain Scarlet, Joe 90, or Thunderbirds, quintessential 60s stuff. I will go with. And this is, again, possibly 70s, but it would be like UFO. And that would be Tony Curtis and Roger Moore and the Persuaders. Persuaders. Because I like them above, or the Champions even.
Now you see, you've just made me I love the Champions. Have you even got the box set on Champions?
No, I'm going to go because I think the class of Roger Moore and Tony Curtis, the first time of getting two Hollywood greats into a show, beats even The Saint, and The Saint is a 60s show. I'm going to go with that. But you see, it could be classed as 1970. I'm not quite sure. UFO is made in 1970. Well, it
Yeah.
was made in 69, broadcast 70, right?
Yeah.
So all I've got to say to you is it's a bit difficult because you're on the borderline there.
Yeah. We'll allow it.
I don't think you can
Yeah.
go wrong with. I
Yeah.
don't think you can go wrong with saying Randall and Hopkirk because that's 1969,
Yeah.
and Star Trek, which is
Yeah.
1966 to 60. No, what was it? 66 to 69, right? And we're always going to mention Doctor Who. We're always going to mention
Yeah.
those.
Exactly.
So outside
Yeah.
of that,
Yeah.
it's Bob's your uncle really with this, with UFO and
Yeah.
Land of the Giants, Time
Yeah.
Tunnel, and
And
Lost in
Avengers.
Space.
I mean, Avengers is so 60s. You have to mention that.
Champions, Danger Man, Man
Yeah.
in a Suitcase. It's
Uh,
amazing how many. I tell you what's amazing about this. It's amazing how many ITC productions I've mentioned.
Yeah. Yeah.
Lou Grade, you can understand why he was like king, can't you?
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
For God's sake.
Yeah.
He knew what to sell to the Americas. I'll tell you that.
Yeah. And what was brilliant is the fact that they were in color. So there you are.
And on film.
Yeah, ITV had a goldmine library there, which they used.
Randall and Hopkirk, regardless of whether it was in the studio or not, is a filmed production, which is why the Blu-ray comes out so well. It's cleaned up because you're cleaning up the negative.
And what is interesting is a lot of those shows had a big shelf life. So they were showing them in the 70s and 80s. They could still show those. And because I think being in color helped them. If they'd have been in black and white, I don't think they would have been showing them. And they could show them. They were still popular. Going back then.
I liked Robert Vaughn in The Protectors.
Oh,
Do you know I'll tell you what's difficult for me in The Protectors, right? Is when I was watching it, I always thought to myself, this seems to be cut down.
Yeah.
I swear it was an hour show cut down to half an hour.
Ah.
Right?
Yeah.
Because it seems so disjointed at times.
You've got a point there. Yeah.
It seems so disjointed at times.
I remember thinking it used to get on and then you think, oh, it's finished. Half an hour just...
There's Robert Vaughn getting beaten up or something in an airport. The next minute he's in a car and he's heading off somewhere, and then the next minute she's in a prison. And I'm going, what the hell?
Yeah, it's all.
I missed something.
I think you're right. I think that it was almost like they'd edited the whole show. Yeah.
I mean, we all know, the theme song in the Avenue and Alley.
Yeah, I know. Yeah.
Stuff, right.
Yeah.
But it's just that's another one where Lou Grade got Robert Vaughn from the Americans to come along and film this thing. It was almost like when the Avengers came back as the new Avengers. It's like, where did he get Gareth Hunt from? The last time I saw him, he was shaking coffee beans in his hand.
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah. And yet, where was the likes of Robert Vaughn? You could bring back some really, really good stuff, right?
Yeah.
But anyway, do you know what I've mentioned? Do you know what I don't know if I've got Fantastic Voyage myself in Blu-ray.
Oh, right.
I'm mentioning stuff here that in my collection I have no idea if I know I've got the DVD of it. I can't think whether I've got the Blu-ray of it.
I've seen the film. It did used to get shown.
It's going to cost me a fortune, Ian, after this episode, because I've got to go and look on Amazon now and find out if they're out of print or
not. Right.
Did you know that Fantastic Voyage was a cartoon?
Oh, no, I didn't know that.
Yeah.
Right, we'll get on to next one, which is Tony. Evening, Frank. I'm not sure if you're familiar with them, but there are several adventure crime series produced by ITC in the 60s, early 70s. We've just mentioned one, Randall and Hopkirk. I have Randall and Hopkirk, love it, says Frank. And Tony says, oh, that's good, Frank. My personal favourites of the other ITC series are Gideon's Way,
Gideon's Way,
Danger Man, and The Protectors. Yeah, you
know what? Those two we talked about, Danger Man, The Protectors.
Yeah, Danger Man.
Way.
Yeah.
Yeah, just about remember Gideon's Way. Not talked about much.
I think a lot of people thought The Prisoner was going to be like The Danger Man because of same
Well,
actor
yeah.
involved, and of course they got a complete shock that it wasn't
Well,
anything
the
like
other
that.
thing is once you do buy The Prisoner, you've got to recommend and say you've got to buy the complete Danger Man.
Yeah,
Because you really want to watch the journey. They
yeah,
are loosely connected, but they are actually connected.
yes,
The actual
yeah,
story
yeah,
is a
yeah,
continuation, but it
yeah,
doesn't seem like it because he's hardly in the department when you see
yeah.
him.
The resignation bit, yeah,
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 so it could have been some other show. You didn't have
yeah,
to watch it, but
yeah. You don't
they
have to watch Danger
They
Man.
do reference Danger Man a
Yeah,
lot without mentioning the word Danger Man in
yeah,
the
yeah,
show or anything.
yeah. Because the basis of the series, isn't it? The thing is, we want to know why did he resign?
Why
That's
did you
all. That's
resign?
the thing. Um,
You were in this high
yeah.
profile working for the government job. You
Why did
suddenly
you
resign.
resign?
We got to
Yeah,
know, and
yeah,
that's all it was,
yeah.
without
It
really
was. Yeah,
referencing Danger Man. But you knew it was Danger Man.
yeah. Actually, do you know one of the cleverest episodes I always remember in The Prisoner is when he thinks he's escaped. He's got in the helicopter and
Yeah,
they're
yeah, yeah,
going
yeah.
away. And there's some brilliant episodes like that where
Have you been to Port Merion?
No, I haven't. No, I'd love to go. I've been
Oh,
to
I went. It's very
Wales.
close. It's very close to Bangor, and I
Yeah,
stayed in Bangor.
I
Right,
wish I'd gone there. I have been to North Wales.
I
But
couldn't afford the hotel on the grounds, right? Because it
yeah,
costs a bloody fortune. But I
yeah,
went the next day and I played the chess.
yeah.
It's actually in the
Fantastic.
grounds. You played the big chess game.
Yeah.
It's really nice. What I didn't know, there's a sister town in France. They built
Oh,
the same thing in France. It's done by one architect.
yeah,
That whole thing is built by one architect. And
yeah.
apparently there's a sister one in France. I've never been to
No,
that one,
yeah.
but I've been to Port Merion.
Yeah, and I know that I do know something, which is one of those useless pieces of information that I know, is that they produce pottery, Port Merion pottery, which
Yeah,
is
yeah, yeah, yeah,
considered
yeah, yeah.
collectible. Um, I've seen it on Bargain Hunt. That's why I know.
Yeah, 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 yeah.
I love Bargain Hunt, but then that's another story. And then we've got Steve's Gaming. I love Randall on Opka. We still watch 3 to 4 episodes a week. That's pretty good, I'd say. I love most of the episodes, but I think the one where Jeff plays a mind reader is my favorite.
That's the David Jason one, I think, that was
Yeah.
on the other night.
So who remembers North Sea Hijack with Roger Moore, James Mason, and Anthony Perkins? Yeah, I've come across
Can I
that
answer
quite
that?
a
Hang
bit.
on. Me, because it's been mentioned the last 3 weeks, you bastard.
But there you are.
If you haven't mentioned it, some other buggers mentioned it, and then some other buggers mentioned it the week before. And it's all because James Mason's in it.
Yeah, and Roger Moore. Yeah,
Because I'm pretty sure when we said it, we said, did Roger Moore have a beard in that? Yeah, he did have a beard in that.
and of
We've
course,
deliberated all of this.
and it's interesting because Anthony Perkins is an actor that people just think, oh, Psycho and all that.
Well,
But he's in a
that's
lot
what I
of
mentioned.
films.
Don't you remember? I said I saw Black Hole, and nobody ever
Yeah,
remembers that
yeah.
Anthony
Nobody would
Perkins was
mention
in.
it. Yeah. Interesting. Yeah. But yeah,
By the way, I found my DVD of Black Hole.
Oh, good.
Yeah, I still ain't got the Blu-ray, bastard. I mean,
Yeah.
Christ, that was only done through the Disney Club, so I'm not surprised.
Yeah. Tony outside. That's a great one with the misogynist Moore having to take orders from the Thatcher lookalike. Oh dear, Dell. I don't own iStation Zebra. Only seen it on TV. There you
Because
are.
I was saying,
Yeah.
if anybody's got iStation Zebra, you send it my way. No. I've got to remember to look and order that iStation Zebra.
Here we are.
I really am interested in getting that film.
Yeah,
I've seen that in bloody ages. I'm going to write it down. iStation Zebra.
Side saying Robert Powell. That's where we were on about it, and then we've got here Robert Powell. Yep.
Yeah.
The DVD, Tony. What that's in.
Oh, the 39 Steps.
Oh right, yeah, I get you. Tell you what, I didn't like the Kenneth Moore version for some reason.
That's
it
the
didn't
50s
work
one,
for me.
That's the 50s
Despite
one, isn't it?
all liking him as an actor, yeah. I only seen bits of the Hitchcock one. I really enjoy the Robert Powell version.
Yeah. Remember we were talking there's the 30s one, the 50s, 60s one, and
follows the John Buchan novel and has great period atmosphere and an exciting finale. Yeah.
Well, this is where I was saying, without giving the story away of what the 39 Steps actually are, it has got an exciting finale.
Yeah.
I do like all three for different reasons. Hitchcock's early stuff can be hit and miss, but actually I found that one to be compelling from start to finish.
Yeah, I agree.
The 50s one is just sort of like a faster retake of it. And the nice thing is it's in color.
Yeah.
But the 70s one is the one that I probably hold very close
because I
saw that when I was a kiddie. So it was in the 70s. And I must have saw it like 1979 or something. When I was about 10 or 11 or 12 years old. And I'd have gone, oh, yeah, this is great.
Yeah. Yeah.
In the same way that I'd look back and say, I used to watch as a kiddie Heart to Heart with Stephanie Powers and and all of that, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Right? And I'd be going, what did you watch that shit for? But actually, it was like the main thing you'd watch on a Sunday, around about 6 o'clock or something.
I used to watch a dreadful one. Do you remember this? Macmillan and Wife with Rock Hudson.
Yeah,
These were all ITVs.
Like the Martian Chronicles. I remember being 3 episodes over 3 days that was on the BBC on a bank holiday.
Great.
Almost the same way that people will remember people that won the snooker that weekend because it was the bank holiday or something, and they went, "Oh, Dennis Reardon or whatever it was, run down and his glasses and all." And I'm going, "Oh, I don't know. I was watching the Martian Chronicles."
Oh, what about V? When they put V on.
Well, you see, V came to me because of the stuff that was going on at the Olympics, wasn't it?
I mean, could you imagine them doing? They won't do out like that nowadays.
No, but isn't that right? They boycotted the Olympics.
Yeah,
and that was shown because they didn't know what to do because the Olympics was actually supposed to be in that slot, so they started to show that,
Yeah, nice. I do love V. It's a great series. The mini-series is the mini-series movie like they did, and then they did a TV series which got cancelled after about 13 episodes, something like that, I think. Right. We've got who remembers Tinga and Tucker? Got the DVD for $6.99 eBay. It's a kids show, isn't it?
Show.
Kids TV. I don't know anything else about it.
Nobody talks about Tinga and Tucker.
I know my late wife used to go on about it.
Mary Mungo and Midge, people talk about Tinga and Tucker. Jesus.
Yeah, she wanted the things, but I know nothing about it. Absolutely nothing.
Didn't they get into trouble because Tinga was very close to the word Tigger?
Oh. That's interesting. Yeah.
I'm pretty sure that was a thing, but I'm not sure though.
Yeah.
Might have been just something that somebody said to me and I went, "Oh, really?" And I took it as read.
Yeah.
You know how certain people tell you things and you go, "Oh, he wouldn't tell me a lie. I'm pretty sure he told me that. It must be true."
Yeah.
And then I've remembered that all these years, and then somebody will come along and say, "You're talking bollocks." I'm going,
Are Tinga and Tucker hand puppets?
They were, weren't they? I'm pretty sure
I think they were, yeah. Let's have a look here. What's your idea of the marathon of film and TV? What do you mean by that?
You mean a marathon session of films and TV?
Oh.
Your idea of a marathon? Don't know. Because there's Marathon Man. That's a film.
I suppose it means that you're just watching a block of films
Yeah.
and TV.
I've watched blocks of Doctor Who. I've watched blocks of Star Treks through my life. I've watched, you know what I mean?
Yeah. Oh, I know. I've got some films that I do regularly. I watch.
Well, go on then.
Oh well, yeah. I've watched it fairly recently again. Friday the 13th. I just love
Oh, right.
Friday the 13th. Watching them all right through.
Nothing wrong with that.
And the other one is oh God, it's just gone from my brain. See, I'm hopeless. The films where you have disasters and somebody goes, like the airport aeroplane going to crash, and then they decide not to go on it, and death comes chasing.
Final
afterwards.
Destination.
That's it. Final Destination films. Them, I love watching all them. Brilliant marathon. So yeah, Friday the 13th and Final Destination films.
Yeah,
would be my.
Well, I mean, they are really good ones, aren't they? Because there's Scream and there's Saw and there's Nightmare on Elm Street.
Oh yeah, the Saw ones. Yeah,
you know,
they're not as good as Friday the 13th. I don't think. But
I mean, you mentioned a lot more of horror ones. For me, it's Star Trek. I'll watch all 10.
Yeah.
Marathon watching of films. Planet of the Apes.
Yeah, it's a good one. The original one.
Yeah.
Yeah.
What I was talking about. Sorry. Yeah. The original Planet of the Apes as a series of films.
Yeah. Has to be. Yeah.
I'll throw in a horror. Scream.
Yeah. That's a good one. It's a good one. Yeah.
I will watch Scream.
Yeah. Other one, of course. I watch, and I'll be watching it very soon. Is Halloween. I love watching all the Halloween films, even the bad ones, so-called bad ones, and the remakes. It's always good to see Halloween.
Yeah.
No, apart from I haven't actually got them. I sometimes think I should get them, but I've just really.
I can, and I know that this is not really great to say anymore.
Yeah.
I used to watch marathon sessions of when they repeated them of James Bond on TV. I'd watch them all.
Yeah.
I'd go from the beginning with Sean Connery through.
Yeah, I've done. I've done that. Yeah.
I wouldn't say that I do that much anymore. But the carry-ons, I'll watch a marathon session.
Oh yeah, now that's it's. I went through them all, and it takes a lot doing. But I would do a selective marathon of carry-on films. I think. Yeah.
What? Would you go back to Carry On Sergeant, or would you start from Cabby? Would you start from Cabby or something?
I like Carry On Sergeant. I like those early black and white. I like Carry On Cabby.
I'll tell you other marathon films I've done. Norman Wisdom.
Oh yeah, Norman Wisdom, brilliant.
The marathon sessions of that. I won't go into too many more.
Yeah.
TV stuff we all know, Star Trek. I've done Sliders, Quantum Leap. I've done
Sliders.
Zones.
I have to watch that. Sliders every year, maybe 2 or 3 times. I watch Sliders.
I've watched it, and it was very interesting that you haven't mentioned it, by the way, and I'm very disappointed in you, Ian.
Go on then.
That you've mentioned all these things at the beginning, and you didn't mention that you've bought Frasier season 1.
Oh yeah, I did. Yeah,
So you're a miserable bastard. So you're a miserable bastard because you didn't mention that, did you?
I forgot that. I would have done because it's something to mention, and that's something I'm going to enjoy watching.
So I have done marathon sessions of Frasier. I've done marathon sessions of Cheers. I'll tell you one that started it all off. Shall I?
Yeah.
The one that started it all off for me was Taxi.
Oh yeah, that's an old. Classic,
when Taxi was out, I started to watch another show called Rhoda.
Oh yeah, I've heard of that.
Which was based around a show that I never got to watch until very later in my life, which was the Mary Tyler Moore Show.
Yeah.
And the Mary Tyler Moore Show had a character in it called Tony Randall. And Tony Randall then got his own show, the Tony Randall Show, but he also did. I think his name was Tony Randall. Is it Tony Randall? Anyway, he owned his own hotel in the 70s.
Oh,
Pretty sure of it. It's the bloke who was in Sheldon's. That he's the bloke who's in Elf, who tells the story in Elf. Tony. I am going to put it up. I am going to cheat now, fellas.
no, it's not cheating.
All right. I'm just going to put in Elf and I'll know which Tony I'm talking about. It's just I can't think of the surname. I'm pretty sure it's Randall, but. Bob Newhart.
Oh, Bob Newhart.
Right.
Yeah, there's a name.
Yeah, there was the Bob Newhart show.
Yeah, there was. Yeah.
Right. And the Bob Newhart show was based in was a hotel he bought, and he had all these people that were working there, and they were right idiots.
Yeah,
I remember about it. But the music was done by Henry Mancini.
All right, here we go. Yep.
All right. Anyway, Henry Mancini.
Yep.
I will not watch a marathon of Pink Panther films. I don't know what people see in the Pink Panther other than the very first one with David Niven.
Oh,
Because all that Kato and Peter
I haven't
Sellers
seen it for
and all of
years.
that sort of stuff.
I don't know.
And the less said about the Steve Martin Pink Panther.
Oh yeah, everybody goes on how bad that one is. It's like he's Sergeant Bilko.
Yeah.
Crikey, how could anybody do Bilko?
I think I've mentioned some quintessential classics there of
Yeah.
film and TVs that not a lot of people talk about, like Rhoda and Taxi and the Mary Tyler Moore Show and Bob Newhart and all that sort of stuff. I've gone off in a tangent a bit, but I tell you what, dissect some of that, do some searches, because people talk about MASH all the time. And I'm telling you now, there was stuff before MASH. I'll tell you that now.
Yeah.
I don't know what people see in MASH. MASH is all right with sausages, right? But
God, oh
right?
dear, what a joke! Oh.
And an onion gravy.
Oh.
No, I'm only joking.
Oh dear. Do you want to put gravy on it?
No. I'll tell you what. I love the film MASH, right? The film was great. The TV series, I could take or leave it.
Yeah, I kind of agree with you.
Because to be quite honest, right, suicide is painless, right? It comes in many changes, but I can take or leave it if I please.
Yeah, I wasn't over.
Hang on, you missed the joke there. That was the words to the song.
Yes, it was. I know the record. It got in the chart. It was awful. I remember it. And I think the TV series, you're spot on. It's one that you can just take or leave. It's not one that you go out of your way to watch. It's
in the record books as having the most watches for the last episode, and I'm going, why?
Yeah, because BBC Two used to have it on all the time, didn't they? I think, and it was one that I'll watch it. Then if you missed it, you weren't bothered. You would never.
I didn't care less if I saw it or not, but if it was on, I'd watch it, and I'd be going, "Oh, that was all right." But I wouldn't be going, "Oh, I'm going to slip my wrists." I've watched.
There's some that like must watch. You've just got to watch the next one, but that's not one of those series. Right, we've got here Jim Jam Movies. Have you seen Eric the Viking?
What the kid is Eric the Viking, or the films?
Is it the film?
Well, I think there is a film called Eric the Viking. Yeah, but I remember the little bloody animated.
Is it Terry Jones did that one? See, Terry Jones directed.
He did Blackbeard, didn't he? And Bluebeard, and he did Jabberwocky, and he did.
Yeah.
I think they did do an Eric the Viking,
Yeah, I've not seen it for. I can't even remember it that much at all. It's a long time ago. No, I'm not. I can't really say
I
it.
remember
Comment
the.
on it.
I remember Jim Jam, the ITV kiddies show very fondly, like Doctor Snuggles and a load of other stuff that was
Yeah.
around at the time.
I think this, I'm sure he's referring to film, isn't he?
I
Definitely.
think there was a question mark at school when people discussed Eric the Viking on whether Eric the Viking was a girl
Oh, crikey.
because of the hair.
uh,
And I said, you can't turn around and say Eric's a girl. Look, sounds like a girl, voice acted by a girl. It's a girl. I went, so's bloody Bart Simpson's, if you look at it like that. You know what I mean? That's a girl voice actor. It's bloody boy. No, there you go. Eric the Viking. Is it a girl or a boy? Question mark. Discuss.
well, there you are. Next, we've got Tony saying they released a few ITC series on Blu-ray, James, not too long before going under. Yeah,
they
they
did.
did. Yeah.
That's why I was talking about the Persuaders, because that was
Need
the one
your
that I was really
advice.
pissed off.
Is Protectors worth getting? All I know is Tony Christie does his theme tune.
Absolutely.
Yeah,
It's
but
worth getting.
Dell did make that point about, and I kind of used to watch it, and it used to be over so quickly.
Oh,
It's
so disjointed.
Yeah.
So disjointed. It's
Yeah.
like somebody took a meat cleaver to bits and went, this all put together.
It just that's why it's not one that I remember it more for theme tune.
Well, it's almost like Jerry Anderson, who actually filmed and directed and produced an awful lot of the Protectors. It was his first live action thing, and he basically butchered it. But I'm pretty sure these were 45-minute episode things that Lou Gregg said we're cutting this down to half an hour.
Yeah.
And the 15 minutes of footage is missing for every single episode.
Yeah, it wouldn't surprise me. And also, they obviously had no faith in it, because I remember it was shown on Yorkshire TV, and it was late at night.
11:30 at night.
The graveyard slot.
Before the test card came on.
It was the graveyard slot. It was. Nobody was watching.
Honestly, it was like on a Friday at 11:30 at night, 12 o'clock, the test card would come on.
Nobody wanted to see it. Didn't give it a chance. Oh dear. Del, when we meeting up again, mate? Oh, there
Never,
you are.
You bastard. You can sod off. No, I'm pretty sure what I'll try and do as a test for myself, just so you know, when I have my operation on the 5th of November, I've got 2 weeks off of work. In the final week before I go back to work, I'll try and go on a Wednesday again, because I think it'll be a good test.
Yeah.
How's that? So think about that. 2nd or 3rd week of November, I'll be going to Birmingham again.
Yeah. Are you going to get all the others as well?
Well, there was only one other, and that was Denny, and he can sod off.
Oh, I thought there was somebody else with you. Was there only 3 of you? Oh, I thought there was more.
Yeah, it was a nice trio.
Yeah. Oh, right. Well, Denny, you'll have to. It's difficult for him getting the arrangement.
Even this many months on, right? None of those bastards, right, have given me the names of those plays that they bought from HMV. That they said, "Oh, look, you can buy all 3 DVDs from here. Look, for around about $6.99." Right? They're probably $19.99 now by the time I want to buy them, because none of them told me when they were in the sale and what the names were. Right there I was buying 4Ks and Blu-rays and going, "Oh, you're great, mate. You are." Stodger. Did I didn't even get a name of what they were buying.
Tony says it's a favourite of mine, James. Robert Vaughn. He's very good in it. Yeah,
he is. I keep thinking though, has he got a wig on? Now he used to have his long hair and he used to just do a side parting all the time, right? No word of a lie. It'd be in a fight, right? they'd smack him in the face, he'd reel backwards or anything. And when you look at his hair next, it's still got a side parting and all bloody neat and everything. And I'm going, how the bloody hell did that happen? But I never knew whether Robert Vaughan had a wig on or not, right?
No.
By the way, we haven't talked about The Man from U.N.C.L.E. I mean, that's another quintessential.
Yeah.
And by the way, the theme by Jerry Goldsmith is really, really good. But
Man from U.N.C.L.E. was quite big in toys. I remember buying like gadgets and the uncle badges and putting the uncle badges on.
And Waverley as the director of everything.
Yeah. Great. So here we've got also Jim Jam Movies and TV saying, I also picked up the blue of Kind Hearts and Coronets.
Kind Hearts and Coronets.
That's Alec Guinness, isn't it?
I was going to say, how does that ring a bell? So that's why it's Alec Guinness then, is it?
It is Alec Guinness, yeah. £5. I think that's probably pretty good, actually.
Is that because it was the 40s and you were around? That's why you remember it.
No, it's much later than 40s. I think it's.
I'm joking with you.
Yeah, I know you are. I think it's early 60s. Yeah, it'd be probably around about 1960-ish. When don't forget, 1960 is a great year. It's one of the best years ever going. Yeah,
because it was the 50s where he was the man in the white suit, wasn't it? That's 50s Ealing, isn't it?
Yeah,
Ealing as well, I think.
There was a series of comedies they did in that sort of time. That's definitely one of them. I won't be surprised if Tony's got that one. Kind of.
Because I always used to think the man with the white suit. You know what? I reckon Disney cannibalized that film and made it into Flubber.
Oh,
here's a man who's made a chemical that basically is like stain-proof, indestructible, blah 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 blah. What does Robin Williams do in the remake? He makes a stuff that's basically rubber. It's sort of like squishable. Does all sorts of stuff. Disney did that. Obviously the first Flubber film that was done. But as far as I'm concerned, they're all based around the same thing. Some chemicals, some persons who accidentally found this material or whatever it is, and they try to market it. There's other people trying to nick it. And I'm going, who did it first? Man in a white suit.
That's right.
America.
Yeah. And then we've got here saying, I was thinking investing in that Arthur C. Clarke DVD. Oh, that's that TV series, isn't it? Of Arthur C. Clarke.
Well, I was big into those. The other thing I was big into was Leonard Nimoy's, mysteries and all that sort of stuff. Right? He used to do exactly the same thing, like UFOs, Loch Ness Monster.
Oh, right. That sort of thing.
Frogs falling on English ground. We discussed, is it bullshit or not?
That's right, yeah.
You know what I mean? That's what it is, isn't it? Is it bullshit or not?
The UFO, all those, actually, it makes me laugh if you get on some of these Freeview channels, you get the alien conspiracies. There's absolutely stacks of them. There's so many conspiracies going on.
Yeah.
So many, everybody covering up, and yet everybody seems to be talking to camera. Apart from, supposed to be keeping it secret. They don't seem to keep it secret.
Yeah.
And I love it when you get the alien film. This is a picture of the aliens, and these really badly black and white films that look pretty awful. And Jim Jam says, news just in, the camera crew have arrived at the Black Country Living Museum. Filming on the Peaky Blinders film has begun. Oh yeah, the Peaky Blinders film.
Why have they gone into the Black Country Living Museum? Just film on the streets of Birmingham. It's the same thing, isn't it? Peaky Blinders. Bloody hell. I mean, it hasn't changed, has it?
Have they got some recreation of streets and stuff from in museum? I bet they have. That's why they're filming there.
Yeah.
I've never seen that series. I know it's ever so popular.
Honestly,
I've never watched it.
As much as I was taking the piss then of Birmingham and the fact that if you live on the streets now of Birmingham, it's the same as Peaky Blinders back in the whatever it is, right? What decade that came out?
Yeah.
It's a great show.
Yeah, I've not
I mean,
seen it.
it's got its reputation, and its reputation is founded.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's good. I will say that the first 2 seasons were rock solid, and I'm not quite sure when it comes to the 3rd season onward. But
it obviously did a lot for his career, didn't it, Cillian Murphy?
Yeah.
It's really, I mean,
I think it's harder to make a season of it now, based on the fact that
yeah. Weren't they talking about a film of it? I don't know.
No
I'm
idea.
sure they did talk, but I've never seen it anyhow. Is that a film you enjoyed, then went on to hate? Whoa.
I've been asked that question. I've been asked that question loads of times, and I've always turned around and said, "Hate is a horrible word."
Yeah, that's. I'm sure about this.
I'm pretty sure I've made that comment countless times.
Yeah, I agree with you actually.
And actually, I usually use the word dislike.
Yes. Yeah.
But when it comes to so many films that I've actually gone away, dislike. Because I didn't like Condor Man from the start.
Hate is far too. It's the wrong word, isn't it? Definitely.
Yeah. I think it's a harsh word to use.
Yeah, and of course, as you know, everybody has different tastes, and
I'll take it like this: there are people out there that have done me wrong, and I don't hate them.
Yeah,
I dislike.
Yeah,
I think hate's a terrible word sometimes.
Yeah,
but I'm just trying to think of a film that I enjoyed and then went on to dislike. So many films I've seen.
I don't think that's. I've had the other way around, where there's films I didn't like, and then you can.
I watched it on subsequent occasions. Yeah.
But the other way around, I don't know. There may be some films that when I was younger I watched and thought, oh, fantastic, and now I watch them and don't think they're quite as good as I thought they were. I wouldn't say dislike it though.
There's bound sure to be a Schwarzenegger film like Raw Deal or something, or Commando or something. You know what I mean? Because I don't like all Schwarzenegger films. I'm not like the others where it's like, oh, that period of time where in the 80s or in the or in the early 90s where he couldn't do a foot wrong, and I turned around and said, Raw Deal, what a bag of shit. Eraser, what a shit film. You know, there are. I'm not saying those 2 films, by the way.
Yeah, I know what you mean.
They're names that are just coming up to man. I'm just trying to think, really.
I
can't. I mean, right now that we're spending a lot of time on something that I'm probably never going to.
I can't really think of anything. Is that there's films I dislike, but
I don't think you ever liked them.
I didn't like them. You know, I didn't love them. As you know, everything that I talk about every week is 2001: Space Odyssey. Don't
start. I'll have a go at you.
I hate it. It's just I don't like it.
We'll bring back Soupgate just to get past 2001 if you start.
But no, that's a very difficult question to answer, and we've tried.
The amount of films that I could. I'll tell you what. No, even that. Future World, I was going to say, but no.
No.
No, I'll still watch that and go, it's all right. Christ. I can't even look at a shelf and go, I can't even cheat like you. Look at that. You're looking at a bloody film right now off your shelf, right? I can't do that.
Actually, if I look up there, they're all music videos. So it's not films. There's a shelf of music DVDs.
We can't tell We can't tell. We've only got your bloody say-so. Say that. I can't think, matey.
No.
I'm sorry, but I'm gonna not
I'm
able
sorry,
to answer
Jim
that.
Jam. It's
Ask,
one of those.
ask me that question in a blog, and I'll still hate you.
Yeah.
That is the sort of question I get in a blog that I've got to come up with.
I know it's.
Honestly, we'll be here forever. Ian. I think we better move on.
I'm sorry, we're not really providing an answer.
I mean, what time did that question come through?
Let's have a look. 9:30. No, 9:29.
Christ, it's an hour and 10. That's an hour.
So there we are. I'm sorry about that. We're always positive generally on here. We tend to be more positive.
I'm positive I'm not going to come up with one by the time we get to 12 o'clock.
As Halloween is approaching, did you watch Ghost Watch on its first transmission? And truly, did you believe that this was real? Do you want me to go or you go first?
I don't think. Did you watch Ghost Watch?
Yeah, I watched it, Ghost Watch, when it came out, and it was real.
A TV series called Ghost
we
Watch.
thought it was real. I was with my wife. We both thought it was real. And then, as it got nearer end, they kind of gave it away more. And I thought,
is that one with the Blue Peter presenter?
It's Michael Parkinson and Mike Smith. But you see, I had Parkinson.
Oh, it was on for 5 days over a succession of days.
It was a one-star.
I don't remember. I don't remember it, mate.
And with Michael Parkinson introducing it, I didn't even know it was a film. I just thought, oh, it's Michael Parkinson doing a special. He had that much, and the way they did it at the beginning, you thought, oh, this is real credible stuff. It got you in. And then nearer the end, I think they deliberately, because things started happening, they sort of cranked up. You thought, hello, this looks a bit thingy. But it did fool a lot of people. The BBC got a lot of complaints at the time about it. It has been released. It came out, was it? Maybe last year even. There was a box set of it. I haven't got the box set. I'm surprised you haven't got the box set.
No,
the special release of it.
I don't remember Ghost Watch at all. For some unknown reason, it's gone out of my head.
You have a look it up. So well, if you can remember after the program, have a look at it.
Yeah. Right.
It's worth looking at. If you've never seen it, it did fool a lot of people. People thought it was real. And Ian, have you seen Terrifier yet? I know I haven't. I'm sorry, I've not seen it yet.
I told you I can get you that if you want to see it.
Yeah. If you could send me it, it'd be great.
Yeah.
I'd love to see it because I was looking. Yeah. Oh, and second one. Do you think you better send one?
Yeah.
Brilliant. Thank you. And I want to make my mind up whether I like them or not. I'm sorry, I can't give you an opinion on them.
I've still got my steel.
People seem to be very positive.
I've got the first 2 Terrifiers that are in one steel book booked, pre-order, and I've got the third film as a steel book on pre-order.
Yeah, I know they're very gory, and but a lot of people have really liked them. So I've got to see it yet. Whether I know you did a review, didn't you? Of it at the cinema. I'm sure he did. Did you see that? He did a review of Terrifier 3, I think.
Yeah, he did do a he did Joker, and I think he didn't go to the cinema. He rented it off of Prime or Sky or something.
Oh right. I do remember him doing something like that. Anyhow, John Salvident was in Clockwork Orange. He was great in Tightrope. He even appeared in an early episode of The Bill as a dodgy video shop owner. Is this bloke some Coronation Street guy or? I don't know.
I know John Salvident's in Clockwork Orange, and I know he's in Tightrope with Clint. That's the Clint Eastwood thing, isn't it? Tightrope.
Yeah, I'm just wondering. I may be wrong on that, but I'm sure you've mentioned it before. I don't know. But,
he's bound sure to have been in Coronation Street. Everybody else has. Kenneth Coates been in Coronation Street. Norman Wisdom's been in Coronation Street. Ian McKellen's been in bloody Coronation Street.
Yes, Ian McKellen. Yeah.
Christ.
And,
name a person who hasn't. It's probably the easiest thing to say.
Clockwork Orange was great, says Ross. Oh, Ross.
Bloody well it is.
Yeah, and Jim Jam was on TV. I watched Threads the other day. Oh my God, I'm speechless. Still playing in my mind 3 days later. Yeah, it's one of those that was shown on the TV and people were absolutely shocked by it. It's the nuclear
I wear Threads. But I keep meaning to go out and buy some new clothes. But there you are.
Well, there you are. Yeah, you're spending too much money on these steel books. What it is, you need to, instead of buying all these steel books and every special edition and that, you need to get some clothes, lad.
I can't afford a haircut.
Get some proper clothes. Get some nice t-shirts.
I can't afford a haircut. And it's a good job that you don't have to think about it.
Get your blooming Spider-Man t-shirts. They're always the same bloody Spider-Man t-shirts. Get some more Spider-Man t-shirts. Blooming heck. Hey.
You're saying I wear the same clothes twice? I'm speechless.
Oh, get yourself. You don't wear Star Trek t-shirts. Get yourself some Star Trek t-shirts.
That's because I'm not a sado like you. That's why.
Get some Threads.
A sado like you, wearing bloody all that blobber.
Oh dear. So no, it wasn't.
Next week, I'm going to wear another T-shirt that says my other T-shirt is worn by Ian Hill.
Shall I make a list of what T-shirts he's wearing?
My other T-shirt is worn by Ian Hill. The Ramblings. I'm going to get that T-shirt made.
Oh dear. Yeah, you haven't got your Spider-Man t-shirt today on. Right, back to Threads then. Do you remember that?
Yeah.
Yeah. It was a major series.
I want you to wear that t-shirt. I want you to wear that t-shirt you wore last week, which was Save Nelson Mandela.
Save, crikey, God, you take us back in time.
You've still got that T-shirt.
God, how old would that be? That would be Threads. It'd be big holes in them.
Yes, no, but to go back, I just about remember Threads.
Yeah. It was new effects of a nuclear war, wasn't it? What would happen? Yeah. Ross says, I had a dog, Sonia, named after, I may be wrong here, Sana Bay. Adam McKernan. Adam McKernan. Oh, sorry about I'm open. Adam McKernan in Scotland.
Adna McKernan, I think it is.
He died a few years ago. Oh, I'm sorry.
Sorry to hear that, Ross.
Yeah,
we were talking about all animals earlier on, and it's horrible to hear about.
It is,
them. I take it, that you've got good memories of Samia, and that's what you need to sort of like keep forefront of your mind.
Yeah. Tony says, one of our dinosaurs is missing. That was a good fun watch this week. Bernard Breslau, as an Oriental heavy. Oh, crikey,
do you remember one of our dinosaurs is missing? It used to have the woman who's in Bed Knobs and Broomsticks, didn't it? Angela Lansbury, didn't it?
Oh, yeah. Oh, I like Bed Knobs and Broomsticks.
It's where they even did it in the Natural History Museum. Yeah. Disney filmed it in the Natural History Museum for that.
Yeah. I've got
weren't you in it?
Oh. Of course.
Your birthday is 650 million years ago, isn't it? I mean, BC.
What can I say? Yeah. And Bernard Breslow, unforgettable. Certainly, you don't forget
How
Bernard
they'd get
Breslow.
away? How they'd get away with an English bloke playing an
You know,
Oriental
you
these
wouldn't
days?
get that nowadays. You'd be in a lot of trouble.
Well, he'd be out of a job, wouldn't he? Most of the time, he used to
Yeah,
play all of
well,
those things, didn't he?
it
Like
simply
in
would.
Carry On films and that.
They simply wouldn't make a film like that. That
No.
nobody would finance it. They would, you know.
Yeah, because we've lost our funny side of our lives.
No, nobody can laugh anymore. You know, that's it.
Yeah.
And Ross says, I had a dog called Sana after Sana Bay. Hey, that's the same one. And in
Had
Scotland,
that
we
one.
died a few months ago. I'm sorry. Sorry, I read that. Oh, anyhow. Sorry about that, Ross. I saw Rhubarb and Custard Blu-ray set for 20 quid. I don't know.
I can't quite remember how many episodes of Rhubarb and Custard there were, but
I remember the theme tune of it.
oh yeah,
That's about it.
yeah.
It was on before the news. That's how I remember it. Was it about 5 to 6 or something like
but
that?
it's drawn by a famous artist, and it used to be a newspaper strip, as far as I remember. But what I'm trying to get at is I'm not quite sure how many episodes there were. They were all 5 minutes long.
There were,
If it's not on 2 Blu-rays or something, then I think 20 quid's a bit much. But, it's each to their own, as I've always said. If it's worth 20 quid for the people that go, I'm going to get some major enjoyment out of it. But otherwise, it's bloody expensive. 20 quid.
Yeah, no, it is. Yeah. Tony says another 60s series for Frank, Voyage to the Bottom of the Sea. Of course, yeah. The earlier black and white episodes were actually good espionage rather than sci-fi. It became more sci-fi as it progressed to colour, and there were some silly monsters of the week. I know the silly monster episodes in the final series. They were some very silly monsters.
Am I right in saying that most of the Irwin Allen stuff, Voyage to the Bottom of the Sea, Time Tunnel, Land of the Giants, Lost in Space, those main themes were done by John Williams, were they?
Were they? Oh, I don't know.
Schindler's List, Superman, all of that.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. I know that bit.
I'm pretty sure they're John Williams themes.
Yeah, it perhaps doesn't surprise me.
Lost in Space is John Williams.
Yeah. Voyage at Bottom of the Sea. I haven't watched for years, but
back then actually he was called Johnny Williams.
Oh, right.
But it's John Williams.
Yeah. Oh, I mean, Voyage at the Bottom of the Sea. We watched it in '60s, and
the thing that every time somebody mentions Voyage to the Bottom of the Sea, I keep hearing the sonar.
Oh yes, yeah.
I'm pretty sure the sonar noise is in the main theme. They actually put it in.
It was just one of those shows that you watched. It was on there on the TV,
Stingray.
and we sat around and watched
it. Stingray. Bloody hell. Used to love that submarine, Stingray.
Oh, Stingray, fantastic.
I used to have the Stingray submarine in the bar.
I did a
when I was about 5 years old.
Yeah,
playing around
I did. I had in Bath.
For some unknown reason, and I don't know why, I had a little man that seemed to be in a diving bell with a piece of rubber wire that came out of it. It was supposed to blow, and I don't know why.
Oh,
what was that all about? Because I was in the bath. What was I going to suck it up and have bloody have soapy liquid go down my gob or something? What was all that about? It's those deep sea divers with the little rubber thing. I thought they were used in fish tanks.
Yeah.
My mum gave me that to play in the bar.
With
Stingray.
Yeah. And we
Tell you
used
what,
to have little.
I'll tell you what I'd have loved to have had. If somebody said as a prop, if you'd asked me what prop would you like, right, in the 70s, if I was about 7 years old, I'd have said I'd love that bloody big Stingray model. The one that would take up the sideboard of my our radiogram or something. My God, can you imagine owning that?
Yeah, wow, fantastic. Oh yeah. Who enjoyed the Waltons? I've never watched it in my life.
Hey, I used to love the Waltons. Night, John
Yeah.
Boy. No. Night, Sue Ellen. Night,
Oh dear, I never watched
Night,
it.
Granddad. Night, Grandma.
Oh yeah, Tony says here, night, John Boy. Yeah.
Again, Jerry Goldsmith did the theme.
Yeah. And Steve's Game says, Frank, UFO an absolute must. There you are. UFO Blu-ray is extremely expensive. Oh.
Yeah, because it used to be in two parts. It used to be in two parts.
Yeah, I've got it all
as one, and then you bought it as one box set.
Yeah. Yeah. And
that's
Space
because
1999 as well.
That's because, if I remember rightly, most TV seasons or series were about 23 or 24 episodes long.
Yes, yeah.
And as far as I know, they almost made a season and a half and then said that was season.
Yeah.
29 episodes or something. Captain Scarlet was like 36 episodes before they turned it down. They said that was season 1. I'm going, bloody hell.
Yeah.
You showed that once a week. That's 36 weeks out of 52 that you were showing.
It's a lot. It's a hell of a lot. Yeah.
You know what I mean? It's like, you were certainly employed with a nice holiday at the end and then came back and did the next thing. You know what I mean? It's like 36 episodes.
You'd be lucky to get 8 now, or 6 or 8.
Yeah, that's what I mean. It's like 10 episodes long.
Yeah.
And it takes you 2 years to make it.
Yeah. Tony says, I have UFO on DVD. Great theme and great purple hair on some of the ladies. Oh, yeah, the ladies.
Well, that's Barry Gray. Barry Gray did the Jerry Anderson stuff all the way up until Space 1999 season 1 he did, and then he stopped. I think season 2 was done by somebody else. I don't know if it's because he fell out with Jerry Anderson. There's a podcast on the Jerry Anderson website where you can listen to an interview. The way he did his theme music, he wrote the lyrics first, right? Even though there were no lyrics, it's almost like he was humming in his head with these words in, it's like, I wish Jerry Anderson would buy me a drink in Fireball XL, something like this. It'd start putting words to things, right? That's because this podcast is brilliant. You want to listen to it. It's absolutely amazing. The words that he came out with for these songs, brilliant. But I think he said Space 1999 season 1 was the last thing he did. But he didn't say whether he fell out with them or not. He said they were best friends.
Yeah.
For years and years.
The Persuaders is fantastic, Jim Jam says. Oh yeah. The
first TV show that cost $1 million each in the 60s, wasn't it?
Yeah. And then we've got Kai Brett saying hello, Ian and Delmoy. Hello.
I'm recognized.
I know you're from the Philippines. Yes, hello.
I feel so happy now. I've been recognized.
Yeah. Oh, she
doesn't just say hello, Ian.
She knows you. I've told her about you. Yeah.
Well, told me to ignore me.
Yeah. Anyhow, and she's from the Philippines, so there she is. Yep. Steve's Gaming. The Persuaders is superb. Yeah. And Jim Jam Movies and TV, a network collection I wouldn't mind start getting is the ABC Nights In. Oh, ABC Nights In. There's a compilation of an evening broadcast in 50s and 60s. I've never heard of ABC Nights In.
ABC was the ITV channel.
That's right.
Called, at the same time as it was done by Rediffusion. Something like that. And they combined to make London Thames TV.
50s and 60s. Mm.
That's why it was ABC 19, because it was a combined thing to make up the London network. Yeah.
Tony says the same. You can have black and white and color. Yeah, you can. It's still you still flick through TV, and you see the Saint is still being transmitted on
And
various
you know
channels.
what? I do not know who did the music to the Saint. I've got it in my head right now. Can't think
Yeah.
who did the music to it.
It was very popular. I remember having the Corgi car as well of the Saint. It didn't do much. It was
By
just
the
a
way,
plain one.
I got it wrong about the Voyage to the Bottom of the Sea. I thought it was John Williams. What I actually said was, this is what I actually said. I said, I thought all of Irwin Allen's TV series were done by John Williams. Lost in Space definitely is.
Yeah.
What I thought is that he did them all.
Yeah. But he
I
didn't.
don't think he did. So
Yeah.
no, I got that wrong, by the way, just so you know. I told you I'd get things wrong tonight.
Yeah. Bookman says he's just ordered Fantastic Voyage Blu-ray on Amazon for $9.54. That's the Racco Welsh one.
Yeah, you were a bastard because I
Yeah.
want to order it now and I can't until after the.
And Jim Jam says, what is your favorite ever sitcom Christmas special and why?
Keep going.
Do you want me to mention what mine would be? Oh,
yeah, because while I do this,
I'll have to say it. It's because it's something I always look back on my sort of childhood would be the Steptoe and Son Christmas specials when Harold's going to try and get away. He's always, he's got to get away, spend Christmas in Spain or somewhere like that, and of course he never goes in the end. But Steptoe and Son has such a lot of good memories. We absolutely love Steptoe. And for me, seeing that as a Christmas special was absolutely fantastic. So mine would be Steptoe and Son because it just had such great memories of Christmases in that sort of time. Yeah. And hello.
Shut up.
Hang
on. Nearly there.
You're nearly there.
He's a bastard.
You can see the parting in his hair there. You see that? Look at that.
Shut your face. I ain't having anybody
I could do an Eric Morecambe jokes now.
Buckman, you're a bastard, but I ordered it as well, you git. Right, now, what's your favourite ever sitcom Christmas special and why?
Go on. I've answered mine, yeah.
It could be Porridge, but...
Oh, interesting.
Steptoe and Son is brilliant.
Yeah.
There's so many bloody BBC comedies that we saw at Christmas. There's only Fools and Horses, which I've got to mention.
Yeah, of course. Yeah.
What's my favourite? I'll probably go with Only Fools and Horses, but I tell you what, Steptoe and Son.
Yeah,
bloody close. Porridge probably third. Porridge.
Yeah.
They only did 2 Christmas specials, but they were both brilliant.
Yeah. Yeah. They were fantastic. So and Jim Jones says, "I'm McMahon."
Don't say hi to that bastard. He's just made me fork out £9.54.
And Tony York says, "I'm sure Fantastic Voyage is on my watch pile. I can imagine Tony." Got the DVD of Fantastic Voyage, says Jim.
Yeah, every bugger's got everything by me.
Tony Oak says you can have mine, Del, when I've watched it.
Bloody good! I've just ordered it. Why didn't you tell me that 10 minutes ago? Hey, I've just damn well ordered the thing. Yeah, that's cheering enough. Fucking hell. You're all gits to me.
That was a brilliant line. I couldn't have made that up. Yeah.
Just shows I don't read ahead, doesn't it? I wouldn't have bloody ordered it, would I?
Oh dear. Thoughts on Jason King and Department S?
Preferred Department S.
Yeah, I think I would agree with you. Yeah, Jason King
was all right, but
it
I'll tell
wasn't.
you what, I didn't think he dressed very well.
No, he was supposedly like a dandy, really, but I don't know. I don't think I rated him. I think even as a family when watching it, and we preferred Department S. I think Department S was better.
I like the
Definitely.
music,
Yeah,
Jason King.
yeah,
Great.
yeah,
Very boppy.
yeah.
You know, it's great. And there's a
Um,
typewriter involved and all this.
yeah. Oh, yeah, yeah. Steve's Gaming, Jim Jam, best Christmas special. I can't pick between the likely
All the
lads.
likely
That's all
lads.
down. You've now, oh, yeah, and Steptoe and Son where they plan a huge party and get measles.
Yeah, that was great.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, but there was a couple of Christmas ones. There's one where they were going to go on holiday, weren't they? Skiing.
Yeah, the holiday one. Yeah,
They were going to go skiing, weren't they?
both classics, Steve. Tough to decide. That's Jim Jam.
Have you got the box set, the black one with the them both on the front? It's a black box version of it, and it looks like Albert Steptoe standing behind, and he's pointing or doing something.
No,
like
I haven't
this.
got that one. That
That's the
sounds
one
good.
I've got. It's a
right.
lovely car. It's a lovely sort of like hard box type thing.
Oh, and that's all Christmas specials.
No, the whole Steptoe and Son
Oh, I got
collection
the whole set. Oh, right.
in one box.
Oh, I'm gonna look out for some more of them. And
Go to World of Books is probably going to be there, you know.
yeah. Tony says I prefer Department S to Jason King. Yeah, like me, and not keen Peter Wingard on his own. I can understand that. Yeah.
Yeah. Didn't Peter Wingard get blacked up in one episode of that?
Yeah. Also, didn't he made the news as well for lewd behaviour in some toilet somewhere?
Oh yeah.
Anyone remember a sitcom called The Fosters with Lenny Henry?
Yeah, it's on telly at the moment. I said it last week, Jim Jam. It's the first sort of like Birmingham black comedy that went on to be Desmond's and all of later made shows like Desmond's possible.
Yeah, I don't remember it.
There was a documentary about Lenny Henry on the other day that it was the first thing he did after Tiz was. Or before Tiz was. It's what made him in sort of like person.
Yeah.
See what I mean? Because Tiz was his breakout shows, no doubt about it.
Yes.
He went on and did Three of a Kind with Tracy Ullman and all sorts.
Yeah, he did. Yeah. You know, that was quite popular.
Three of a Kind, a couple of seasons of that. Tracy Ullman then went over to America because she married a producer.
That's right. She did, yeah.
And then, of course, she made loads of money because she sold The Simpsons, didn't she?
Yeah.
From her TV series. It used to be a 5-minute cartoon in the middle of a 30-minute American comedy. But going back to normal, The Fosters, it's on telly at the moment about 2 a.m. All
right.
I think on E4 or something.
Yeah.
Definitely a 70s show. Bloody hell. Oh, my God.
Let's have a look at the next one. We've got Tony says, one of my favourite Steptoe and Son scenes is in the episode when they fall out. Yes.
Yeah.
Divide the house into 2, equal halves by boarding up down the middle. Even the TV is only half visible.
Yeah, he wants to watch the play of the week.
Each of them who are gapping the boardings. That is one of those memorable episodes.
Everybody remembers it, doesn't it? They have a turnstile where they have to put old coins in. There's a fire breakout. The fire brigade can't work out what the way to get into the system.
Everything is divided.
Galton and Simpson were fantastic writers.
Yeah,
you know what I mean.
Amazing.
They went off to America. You know.
Yeah.
They're still over there now. They live in Beverly Hills, apparently.
Oh, right. Yeah. Right. And we've got a Jim Jam movie once. Which actor do you think always gets cast in the same role for every film?
Christ.
Uh, um, I don't know. In terms of modern actors, I don't know.
Yeah, I wouldn't know in modern actors. I mean, you'd always find Rowan Atkinson playing a buffoon in every, whether it be a James
Yeah,
Bond film in Never Say Never Again, all the way through
yeah.
Mr. Bean.
I mean, now look at somebody like Liam Neeson. Seems to play the same role
Oh
in every
God, yeah.
film. It's
Somebody's back.
boring.
I tell you what, I don't ever want to be related to him in any film
No,
whatsoever. Because I tell you what, I'm going to get killed, knifed, stolen,
yeah, I know.
or kidnapped, and he's going to go around saying that he's going to bloody do somebody
Yeah,
that he tapped into them.
I
And
mean that film is responsible, isn't it? It just changed his career, and all he gets is those film roles now, the same
which is
one.
amazing because basically the film that sort of like everybody remembers is Love Actually.
Yeah, that's a bit.
I tell you what, he doesn't say I've got a certain set of skills and I'm going to go around and kill you in that film. Really?
Well, that's my answer. Have you got any more?
Well, I told you, I
Delbert?
said Rowan Atkinson,
Rowan Atkinson.
but I mean, you could say the same for Sylvester Stallone,
Yeah.
always
Oh,
playing,
yeah. Yes, definitely.
always playing the heavy
Same
or the
role.
the rough, tough
Yeah.
guy. I wouldn't say Michael Caine played exactly the same roles all
No,
the
no, I
time.
don't think he did.
He
He
did
chose a lot of
comedy and
different films.
dramas and spy roles, and all of that sort of stuff.
Oh, who are these sort of action star people nowadays? Is it oh, the
Well, the
bloke
things
who
like
plays Dwayne Johnson? Is it?
yeah, Jason Statham, all of
They
that
play
sort of
all the
stuff.
same kind of roles all the time, don't they? They can't do anything else. Uh,
They couldn't do Shakespeare, take it like that.
could you imagine? It'd be a great comedy film.
To be or not to be, Adrian. Adrian.
It'd be good. Good comedy gold. So we've answered that. I
Oh, I'd
think
say
there's a
the
lot.
other one I would probably say is Rutger Hauer always played the heavy as well. Pretty.
Yeah,
I
yeah.
mean, he if there were ones where he did comedies. He did, like there's Blind Fury, but if you look about it, it was an action role. Oh, of course, there's Claude Van Damme.
Oh
Christ.
yes,
I mean,
yeah,
he did
yeah.
nothing but bloody martial
He's
arts
he's
all
always the
the way
same,
through. Wasn't
same acting, same role. Yeah, Van Damme. It's a brilliant. Actually, he's just made one good film for me, and
Was
that's
it
the Time Cop.
Time
I
Cop?
enjoyed Time Cop. It's an enjoyable film, but just don't watch anything else of his. Tonio, continue. Oh, yeah, that was the Steptoe one. Ian, are you tempted to get Box of Delights
Oh
on
yeah,
Blu-ray?
yeah. They've
Uh,
redone Box of Delights, and it's on Blu-ray, and they've done all the special effects like Blade, like
I
Blade
don't
7.
think I am as much as I've got so many other things I want to get, so I'm not really tempted
Yeah,
in
like
that.
my
Yeah.
Christmas present.
It's like his Christmas present, yeah. So I've got so many other things. Yeah.
Yeah, you got a week for the week, haven't you? And get your Yorkshire tea bags in and all that sort of shit. You got to order
I need to send Delboy
coal from the coal man and all that sort of stuff.
Yorkshire Life.
Got to get the lard in. Yeah.
I could send you some lard. You could start having that for your cooking.
I'm taking the piss now, but go on.
Right. So I'll be honest, I'm not tempted. No. What about you, Delboy?
Is it on a steel book?
Yeah. Is there a Box of Delight steelbook that you can put away out of?
I'm gonna buy my mum a Box of Delights, and we call it round here milk tray. It costs about £1.50. £1.50. You buy it from Woolworths.
or Turkish delights, but you probably don't like Turkish delights.
Yeah, Turkish delight. That's about the most expensive box of delight she's getting this Christmas.
Oh dear. So, to answer your question, I'm not really tempted. No, I'm sorry.
Oh,
But
bloody
Del
hell.
Boy hasn't answered the question.
I just said a box of milk tray.
There you are.
A box of delights. If it comes out on a steel book, yes. If it's priced not too bad, possibly. Because
Yeah,
if it's like $12.99 or something like that,
yeah,
then of course I don't mind selling on my box of delights that I bought about 6 months ago. You know what I mean?
yeah,
But because I bought
yeah,
that from World of Books.
yeah. Even I've got box of delights as well. So
You know, so
yeah,
all I'm saying is it was so cheap what I bought from World of Books that I
yeah,
don't mind upgrading it and getting a, because it'll always have the original version on it, and then it'll have the redone effects
yeah,
version, like they did with the Doctor Who's on the DVDs
yeah,
and all
yeah,
that sort of stuff. So, and of course, it is Patrick Troughton, which gives
yeah.
me it
Of course, we like
is
Patrick Troughton. Yeah,
it is something that makes me go, ooh,
yeah.
And like I said, I think I bought Box of Delights for £1.50 from World of Books.
Which is
So,
yeah,
so it
a
isn't
bit of
going to
a
cost me.
steal.
It isn't going to be too much of a stretch to buy it full price if it's 12
Yeah.
or 13 quid. If it's 20
Right.
quid, if it's 20 quid, you can get stuff.
Yeah. Um, James, I used to love watching those BBC retrospective shows. I love the 70s onwards.
I like the
Um,
60s onwards, but
uh,
yeah,
is that when they did? They'd have like half an hour, and it'd be all clips from a particular year.
yeah,
Those kind of
that's what I
things. Yeah, I
looked at it
like those
as.
programs. Yeah, it all have music, but in that it'd have news items and things that were going
Yeah.
on. Yeah,
Oh,
they
and
were good. I like
when
those.
they start it off, it's usually like, yeah, and Britain was going through a storm in 1971, and while you were
Yeah,
watching the storms of 1971, we were watching this on TV, and
yeah,
That's Life showed this, and
yeah, they were good. And then you'd get the music, so and so on top of the pops, if they haven't managed to find the clip, which they haven't deleted.
I
Why?
tend to find those shows really good because I swear blind they've stolen Ian Hill's diary basically, and he's put in there, yeah, we got the lard in and went through decimalisation,
And
and
Ovis
I
and
and
Catlett Bitter and
yeah,
yeah,
I went and got white bread from the Ovis
yeah,
van, and because
and
we don't do any of that farting about with brand stuff, and and all that sort of stuff. Yeah,
eh,
great.
right. And Del, you have ET on pirate video.
Yes, I did. One of the
Yeah,
first pirate films we ever got. We got the
yeah,
video recorder in the very early 1980s, like 1981, 82, that sort of stuff. My dad
yeah.
worked at General Foods in our town, and basically everybody had pirate films. And
Yeah,
I saw E.T. that way. I saw Rocky 3 that way. I
yeah.
saw a number of films through pirate before, because to be quite honest, there was no Blockbuster, and certain
No,
towns
no.
really took a long time before you got to see little
Yeah.
boutique video stores that you could rent things
They were
from.
all local corner shops with
Yeah.
us. They weren't
So,
Blockbuster.
pirate films was the way. I'm pretty sure.
Yeah,
I know this for a fact, really, that if you lived in a factory, you had a video recorder. There's bound sure at some point your mum,
yeah,
your dad, whatever, they had porn. They would have
yeah,
brought a porn film back from the factory
yeah,
and all of that sort of stuff. It's just something that happened, even though you
yeah,
don't like to think about your mum and your dad, making
yeah.
love. You know full well that my dad got a video recorder. The first thing he's going, porn, right?
Yeah.
There we go.
Get it on.
And then he'd have took that back to the the blokes at the factory, and that's it. Full well. Pirate was like that. That's pretty much how it was.
Yeah.
That was the early 80s and the
Yeah.
very first video recorders.
I remember there was like a sort of one step up from that, very poor quality, but they put them in like a proper case,
Yeah.
and they put a cover. They'd even put a cover, but it
Oh,
was very poor.
and
It
it
was
would it would have
extremely badly.
it would have been the secretary in the
Yeah,
personnel department of the factory that would have done
yeah.
that.
But just did a cover, and the quality you could see straight away.
Yeah.
And I remember a bloke in market. He'd be there with his suitcase. They say Disney films, £10, something like that.
Yeah.
And £10, of course, in those days was that's cheap for a video, because videos were 30 to 40 quid.
No,
You know,
they were more
yeah,
than that,
well,
Ian. I
yeah,
tell you now,
yeah,
when I asked Lawrence, who owned the little boutique video store that wasn't Blockbusters back in the
yeah,
day, because films were sold, were weekly films, films that
yeah,
came out each week. And he had to order like 10 or 11 for the shop, because there would be 11
yeah.
people then renting it out per day, and that's how he got his money. They were £70 plus. They were.
Oh,
This is
yeah,
why you had to do a insurance agreement with the video store that if he got caught in your machine, otherwise he was going to charge you full
yeah,
whack,
yeah,
like
yeah,
110. Oh, Back to the Future, first week, it's got caught in your machine. That's 110
yeah.
quid. Thank you very
Because
much.
that would ruin his business
You know,
as well.
so it
Yeah,
charge you full whack. So
yeah,
that was
yeah,
definitely going on.
yeah. Let's have a look at the next one. Didn't realize how many shows and sketches Ronnie Barker and David Jason starred
Yeah,
in together. Yeah, yeah. They go
David
back.
Jason called Ronnie Barker the governor because they were
Yeah,
in. I think Ronnie Barker really liked David Jason and realized that he was quite versatile because all the very first acting roles that he was in were old men.
yeah, yes.
If you
Yeah.
watch Porridge, he's what's his name? It begins with G, doesn't it? It's Rambo or something. I forgot what his name is. Oh, he was in two. He was in two
Yeah.
episodes of Porridge, wasn't he? David Jason in Porridge, but he was in those 7 Faces of Barker, and he was in 2 or 3 of those episodes that were in there. He was always like some old biddy as a waiter or something like this.
Yeah.
But yeah, his famous character was in Porridge. I think that's when he ordered him as Granville, which was the time where he played a younger person.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, I do realize how many he was in. David Jason, you see, had trouble getting a TV show based around him. He did a couple, and he did his own stunts. That's why he's got that mark on his head. If you have noticed that when you watch Only Fools and Horses or whatever it is, he's got a groove or something in his head. Where he landed badly doing one of the comedies for the ITV, where I think it was one where he was a spy.
Yeah.
It wasn't the one that made the one that I remember him best in ITV is It's a short intake of breath.
Yeah, I've heard of that one. Yeah.
Every time he used to talk to someone, he'd go.
Yeah.
That's what the sharp intake of breath
Yeah.
was.
Yeah.
In every episode. But he was a spy or a James Bond type person. It was almost like he was playing Danger Mouse, but in real life.
Yeah. Yeah.
You know what I mean? And I think he fell off the top of a terrace and landed in one of those stairways that go down. They don't land at the normal. They go down to the underground flat. He fell down there and hurt his head, apparently. And that's where they got that mark on his crown. So, yeah, I do know. I won't talk anymore.
Let's see. We've got James Sumner. Hello. Hi.
Hello.
Welcome. Thank you. And Jim Jam, is that a spin-off to a show you like slightly more than the original show? It's I'm trying to look.
Yeah, I'll tell you a very early American one that I thought was better than the original. I liked, believe it or not, Laverne and Shirley over Happy Days.
Oh,
I liked Mork and Mindy better than I liked Laverne and Shirley.
Well.
That's early American stuff. That's straight away. I can tell you those that come to mind straight away. Anyway.
Oh yeah. I'm trying to think. George and Mildred, you could say, couldn't you?
You like that more than Man About the House?
I think I like George and Mildred better than Man About the House, actually.
Yeah, fair enough. I mean, I do know that there's other people that say the same thing.
I do. Yeah.
I mark Man About the House and George and Mildred as the same, with Robin's Nest being a distant cousin.
Yeah. I think it was, I don't know. It worked so well, didn't it, George and Mildred? It was just,
but it's just the thing I liked about it was you see, the reason I like Man About the House probably slightly more than George and Mildred is George and Mildred was great. The Tristrans that lived next door were quite good, but they got on my nerves sometimes, right?
Yeah.
With Man About the House, you've got the three of the two girls and that.
Yeah.
And you've also got George and Mildred in it. Yeah. And then you've also got Roy Kinnear and other actors coming in that were going to be like Brian, like George's handyman and all of that. And that's like comedy gold. And that lasted 6 or 7 seasons. Although how they count the seasons up, how they count the seasons up is really weird because he almost did 2 seasons per year because it only lasted 4 or 5 years. George and Mildred lasted like 4 or 5 years, and they had more seasons than there are years.
Yeah.
So so it's a bit weird how that works. Yeah. Chrissy got married. No, not Chrissy. It was the other one. Got married. She married Robin Tripp's brother.
Yeah.
And that was the end.
Yeah.
You don't know. His name is Robin Tripp in Robin's Nest.
Yeah.
He never mentions that he lived with 2 girls or any of that in that program. There were no guest stars that came from it.
No.
It was made 1 year after Man About the House, so it was on at the same time as George and Mildred. It's really weird. Robin's Nest lasted longer than George and Mildred.
Did
I think you'll find.
Wow.
With Tony Britton, it lasted 6 or 7.
I can't remember it lasted as long as that. Oh.
It lasted till 82.
81. That's probably why, because I wouldn't have been watching it then.
Yeah.
Yeah. I'd be out, not sort of thing I'd be watching.
But it is a weird show to talk about because it had quite a few spin-offs that most people don't remember that they were spin-offs. They thought of them as being new things. Because when somebody says, what show had more spin-offs, right? In America, they can name it instantly. They go, Happy Days has more spin-offs than any other show, blah, 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 blah. And they name them off. There's Chachi loves Sean, you know what I mean? There's Chachi loves Joni. There's Mork and Mindy. There's Laverne and Shirley. There's, they name them off one by one. Nobody says, Man About the House and George and Mildred, Robin's Nest, like that. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I think we're a one and done. We'd hardly ever do sequels or spin-offs from something. There you go.
Okay. Right.
You didn't mention what your spin-off to a show slightly more than the original is, did you?
Well, I thought I did. I said George and Mildred.
Oh, that's because you poached it from me. But go on.
No, I didn't. I said it first.
It's only because you read the bloody question. It's only because you read the bloody question first.
Yeah.
How am I supposed to get a word in edgeways?
I know. I got it in because I knew you were going to say that. So I thought, well, I'll say it because that's what I think. I thought, I know what's going to come out of it.
I'm kidding, of course.
I'm a mind reader now, you see.
Okay. A spin-off show that you like slightly more. Pretty close. No, I still like Porridge more than Going Straight. Carry on.
Yeah, I do. Yeah.
I still like Porridge more than Going Straight.
It is
Going Straight's great. Going Straight is a great show.
Yeah. Right. We've got James Sumner. You okay, mate?
Well, answer him then.
I'm fine. Yeah, we're all right. Yeah, but he's there. We're still here. You're probably not here.
Yeah, he's probably got the bed now with you
Yeah,
waiting.
he's probably
Yeah.
asleep. uh, Ross says Pink Panther is great films. There you are.
I told you I like the first one
Yeah.
with David Niven. Every time I think about David Niven, I keep thinking of the soap. That's Nivea, isn't it? Or whatever.
Oh,
Anyway, go on.
yeah. Okay, we've got Jim Jam. What do you think's better, Sweeney or Minder?
Oh,
Well,
Minder.
then you ask.
Minder.
Okay, I'll say Sweeney.
I think the
It
most
brings
common
back a
answer
lot of memories
is going to
for
be
me.
Sweeney because it really is a much harder edged professional.
I think Sweeney was ahead of its time.
I like Minder because I like a bit of comedy, and there ain't much comedy in Sweeney.
Yeah.
I think it's all. I think those when somebody asks a question like that, it's all down to: do you like a bit of comedy in your shows, or do you like gritty, whatever it is? Because to be quite honest, there ain't much comedy in the Sweeney.
Yeah, I think with me, it's because I wasn't watching Minder. I was not watching TV much.
There's that as well.
That's why Sweeney was watching Sweeney.
Everybody in Sweeney's called a slag and all that.
Yeah,
sort of stuff,
I know, and they smoke a lot. They do smoke a lot. I noticed. One thing I noticed.
I wondered how they were friends.
Drink. Everybody drinks and smokes.
John Four and from the one from Minder, Dennis Waterman.
Yeah, Dennis Waterman. Yeah.
Those two don't seem to be friends in the TV series. The Sweeney. It's like he used to turn around and say, "Well, Gov, I went down here. Well, you bloody well better go and do something about it and go do something like this."
You're right.
And I'm going, are these two friends? Because they were having a drink together at one point.
Oh dear! And they're always drinking, aren't they? He's got bottles of stuff in his drawers.
Johnny Walker and all sorts of shit.
Oh, right. And also, if they're chasing, I'm thinking to myself, how on earth are they keeping up? They must be so unfit without drinking and smoking.
Yeah, I know, smoking, yet they can run a bloody half marathon.
Running after these villains.
Run half marathons and shit.
Do love the Phil Silver shows. Who doesn't? I mean, it was something I used to watch a lot.
Wow.
It's just a great late night show.
Even the animated intro is good.
Yeah.
They used to do that an awful lot. They used to do Bewitched as an animated intro, Phil Silvers as an animated intro. And they were always drawn exceptionally well. When they were colorized, you went, "Oh, is that what it looks like in color?" It was almost like a Hanna-Barbera cartoon at the beginning.
What I liked about Phil Silver's show, or Bilko, is that you got to know the other characters just as much.
Oh, the fat one and all that
great.
Sort of stuff. Yeah.
All the other characters, fantastic. It was a great series, and it was him. The problem was, you see him, and that's all you see him as is Bilko. You don't see him as anything else.
Even in the Carry On, Follow That Camel.
It kind of destroyed his career in a way, and into anything else.
Well, there's an answer to the a person that played the same character all the way through his existence is probably that.
Yeah.
I mean, he was
in the Carry On film. He's not that good.
I think he was in a Mad.
Yeah, he was. Yeah, he was. Yeah.
And even in that, it's just his voice.
In Carry On film, it just doesn't work. It doesn't work at all.
No, I suppose it doesn't really. There's a couple of good lines from him, but he weren't worth that money. That much money. He was on
it's almost like he came over, learned his lines on night before he was shooting, and that was it. He probably didn't have any.
He went home with twice the wage of any of the other
exactly.
actors.
And I can understand other members at cast not being that particularly happy with him there. I don't think they were.
But it was to get an American release over there and all that sort of stuff. So you understood it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Tony Hawk says Sweeney, but do enjoy mine. Yeah, he's a Sweeney one. And then
I
Jim,
thought you were going to say Sweeney, but I don't mind Tony sending me over the Sweeney box set or the Minder box set. Tony and me are great, and I know he wants to know which one I haven't got.
And do you remember wrestling on ITV in the 70s? Yeah, I remember it.
On World of Sport, yeah.
Yeah, Mick McManus,
Dickie Davis,
and Big Daddy, and all that stuff.
Well, that's his name's Shirley Summit, wasn't it? Shirley
Yeah,
almost Shirley Temple or something.
I know he used to get that. Yeah. Oh.
Nobody understood. He went, "What? You got a bloody big wrestler like Big Daddy, and his name's Shirley." That's all that. That's all that about.
It wasn't very macho, was it?
But Giant Haystacks, it used to amuse me because he was like 7'1" or something, right? Had black long hair like this. And used to come across like a grizzly, and Big Daddy would go, easy, easy, easy. All he'd do is go like that with his stomach. Big Daddy, you know, like Giant Haystacks would go flying across bloody. And I'd be going, how the hell did that stomach make him go all the way over the other side? And like that. That bloke's 7'1". Isn't it amazing though, right? That I've just thought about this. That Giant Big Daddy, right? I'm pretty sure of this. Big Daddy and Hulk Hogan both have blonde hair.
Oh, that's true, yeah. I'll tell you what's interesting is the way the audience is different. The audience used to be full of these older ladies who were going absolutely berserk.
Yeah,
and when you think of wrestling nowadays,
they almost threw their knickers. They almost threw their knickers in that ring, didn't they? On bloody Saturday when that was on.
Now it's all younger people. There are older people, but it's the audience is totally different, isn't it?
Yeah, totally different audience. It
It
wasn't about the money. Nobody talks about Pat Roach being a wrestler. Now he was in Alvida's aim, Pat Roach.
Oh, right, yeah.
He was a wrestler.
Oh, and so was Brian Glover, wasn't he?
Yeah, Brian Glover.
Yeah.
Well, then again, he had to. Probably couldn't get any work. Couldn't get any.
I was where I kind of
couldn't get any jobs. Couldn't get any jobs at the Ovis factory.
And we're bound to get a typical response.
No jobs at the Ovis factory for him, was there? So he had to get a job somehow.
Here we go. Yeah, we knew that would happen. McMahon says previous post got losing for same reason.
Some reason again. I don't understand why that's happening. A lot of people are talking about. I mean, if you have a look, every other day I'm getting a message that says I've posted in your blog and it's got deleted and all of this sort of stuff, and I have no idea what it's all about. No idea. It's a YouTube chat engine that people are talking about.
Listen to this, what he says. I don't know if it is true, but he says, no, I reckon it's because I put Roman Polanski in. I don't know. I don't know.
They do look for like things with @ symbols in and colons and people trying to type it because that would be a diversive name to put in. But why Roman Polanski in this day and age is going to be causing a problem?
Well, I've seen reviews of like Rosemary's Baby.
That's what I mean.
And nobody censored that, have they?
I think what it is, it's not actually the wording, it's the fact that he tried to hide it by putting in zeros.
And that alerts them. It's a good point.
So it basically went, oh, somebody's trying to do a website or something, and bang, out there.
Yeah, it could be a good
because
point.
you tried to hide something that didn't need to be hidden.
Yeah.
Possibly. Although,
that's a good point.
To be quite honest, how is it then that he could actually put that in? That was how he.
Because
it might be that he put Roman Polanski in the proper way, and that's the only way that he can get it in. I don't know. It's one way or the other.
I mean, I've seen people mention Roman Polanski. I mean, it's somebody you can't always, if you're talking about film, it's somebody who you
Yeah.
can't always miss out. He's, big director. YouTube don't like much, do they? Very restrictive. Tony says that they can be extremely restrictive.
Yeah.
YouTube seems to take offense with a lot of my comments for some reason. I don't know why. I wish I could explain it for you why that
Yeah.
happens. I don't know. We don't know. It's weird. Yes, Ian. I have kind arts. I knew you would kind of coronets. Passport to Pimlico and Lavender Hill Mob. Yeah.
Oh well, I've
Yeah.
got Lavender Hill Mob because they did it as part of the Ealing box. No, it's not an Ealing box set. There was a special edition of all the Ealing comedies, like The Lady Killers, Lavender Hill Mob. They came out in boxes like The Wicker Man. You remember The Wicker Man came out last year, and it was like in a big box.
Yeah.
I bought The Amazing Mr. Blunden that way. It came with the book, believe it or not.
Yeah.
So I bought Lavender Hill Mob and The Lady Killers in that way. So yeah. Oh, by the way, I've just got to go for a minute. I'm not going to say where I'm going, but I think it's pretty bloody obvious. I'll be back.
So I'll carry on then with comments and see if I can manage. Right. We've got Jim Jam saying, this is what Wednesdays were made for. Thank you very much. I'm glad you're enjoying it. Did you find the film, Paul, entertaining? Yeah, actually, I think it is entertaining. You can see it almost as a kind of sequel to of the Cornetto trilogy in a way. It's part of in there. I think a lot of people don't like it as much, Paul. But I think it's entertaining. I think I think it's good fun. I think when they put the other films up at a higher level, definitely. Actually, my favorite, if I had to pick out of the films, would be Shaun of the Dead. I think that's definitely my favorite out of that Cornetto trilogy. But I like Paul. I don't mind it at all. I don't know what Deboy thinks of it, but for me, I quite enjoy Paul. Yeah, I think it's a good film. Yeah. Muckman says, I have the special edition Blu-ray of Kind Hearts. I got all the other Ealing comedies too. Oh yeah. You see, I think that's what Delboy was mentioning, the special edition of Kind Hearts. Yeah, Ealing comedies, they are very good. Excellent. And then we got Kind Hearts again on that. Cillian is pronounced Killian, Ian. Oh, sorry. Killian Murphy then. Killian. It's not proper. God, by heck. Killian. Yeah. CK. There we are. It's a good job, Delboy in here. He'd be saying all sorts. You know what he's like, don't you? And, yeah. Ealing did some good dramas as well. Yeah. Good British studio. How dare you, Delboy? Condom Man is an absolute blast. Well, there you are, you see. You can't trust Delboy, you see. No, you can't. He would say that, wouldn't he? Yeah. Jim Jam moves on TV. I will never use the word hate again. You're right. Dislike is better. Yeah. That's how it is. I never think you can. To hate somebody is such a strong word, isn't it? It's a very strong word, and you can dislike something, but you don't really hate it. Just don't like it. I used to love Last of the Mohicans, but I watched it last year and found it tedious. Do you know, that'd be interesting. I've got that and really enjoyed it, but I've only seen it once. And I wonder if I would not think it's as good. I really loved it when I watched it. I thought it was really good. But maybe now, I don't know. I'd be quite interested to watch that myself again. It had a good sort of almost an epic feel to it, and I thought, oh, this is right up my street, and I really enjoyed it. But I wonder if I would feel the same about it. Yeah, our Deboy is here now. What do you think of Last of the Mohicans?
I'm just thinking you can go off some people.
Yeah. There he is. There's his answer.
Condor man, shit.
He has been listed. Yeah, I've no idea about that. What do you think about Last of the Mohicans?
They're a bunch of liars because it weren't the last of them at all.
Yeah, actually,
if you go down a street, I can show you a load of punk rockers with bloody Mohicans. It's not last of them at all. No, it was a good film. I liked The Last of Mohicans. Like I liked Dances with Wolves and all of that. They were all around about that side. It's a longish film.
Yeah,
remember that. The Last of the Mohicans. That's the one with that actor in it. Oh, what's his name?
Oh,
he's not in many films. He was in
Daniel Day-Lewis.
Daniel Day-Lewis, isn't it?
Yeah.
Because he did.
He says he's retired.
He said because they've combined one of his films with a Disney film, haven't they? Yeah, My Left Foot, haven't they?
That was his first film.
They've combined My Left Foot with Free Willy, and it's called My Free Foot Willy. Yeah. No. A Disney didn't like that title.
No, I'm sure they didn't. It didn't fit in quite with the family values.
No, but The Last Mohicans, yeah, it's a good film. But they're all bastards in here. I thought they were all my friends, and they're all bastards. All of them. They all have a go at me when I'm not. They all have a go at me when I'm not around. You know what? I'll tell you what you ought to be buying on Blu-ray, right? Skippy the Bush Kangaroo, Lassie, and the Littlest Oboe. There you are. All great stuff on Blu-ray. Go and buy that shit.
Skippy. Yeah, I remember Skippy.
Yeah, and Flipper. Go and buy all that shit. You know, that's what you... Don't listen to what we said earlier. Those are the quintessential things that you ought to be buying on Blu-ray this week.
Do you remember one called Dactari as well?
Yeah, a load of shit.
Oh, God.
No, go and buy that. That's a 60s show. Yeah, that's what you ought to be buying on Blu-ray. Forget UFO and all of that. Buy flipping Dactari. Oh. The Whirly Birds. Go and get that. You know what I mean? Flipping Australian flipping helicopter rescue shit. Go and get that crap.
Right. Now, this is a good question because I'm interested to know what Deboy's answer is, partly because I can't think of any immediately at the moment.
Yeah, here we go.
Here we are. It says, name 3 robots who you disliked.
Disliked?
That's what I mean. Dislike. I can say liked. I'd be...
Well, Saturn 3 has got a nasty robot in it, but I didn't dislike it. It was a bloody good thing, really.
I like robots. I'm into robots, but
yeah,
I can't think of any that I dislike.
I love Robbie. I love Robbie the robot.
Yeah, who doesn't?
I love C3PO and R2D2.
I love the Daleks.
I tell you what, I don't like that C3BB thing, that ball thing.
Oh, C3PO.
No, the one that they did in the new Star Wars ones where it was a ball. It was called CBB.
I think I agree.
It was called BB or something.
Yeah, I think it's a bit rubbish.
There's one I disliked.
Yeah.
Let me think. Like I said, I didn't dislike Saturn 3.
Yeah.
It's a nasty robot.
Yeah, actually, I've got it wrong because Daleks are not robots, are they?
No,
They've got a living creature
they're
inside.
more cyborgs than robots.
Yeah.
Oh, I tell you what, I didn't like the robots in the Bionic Woman that actually ended up in the $6 Million Man. The one that was played by John Saxon, wasn't it? He had a circuit board type face when his face fell off. They even had Goldman as a robot, didn't they? So I didn't like that robot.
I like the. It's in. I haven't seen it for years, but I do remember it as the depressed robot in Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy.
Marvin the Paranoid Android.
I love that one, but I know it says dislikes, but I just couldn't help.
Yeah, Marvin. I love Marvin the Paranoid Android. He was brilliant.
Paranoid Android.
Yeah, that's Douglas Adams for you.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. It's very funny, isn't it? It's so funny.
There's bound sure to be a robot in a BBC comedy space thing that was shit. Although I like the one in Red Dwarf.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Red Dwarf. Oh.
No, I mean, like I say, that BB comes to mind. Bloody bag of shit.
Yeah. That's irritating. It's just irritating, that thing.
That's it, really. I've named one.
Yeah, I think you've done well to name that one. To be honest, I can't think of any.
I like robots. They're
great.
I
do. Yeah. Del, will be good to see you again, buddy. There you are.
That makes one of us, you bastard. Right, go on.
Tony says, I watched a good historical action film last night, The 13th Warrior, 1999, with Antonio Banderas as an Arab ambassador to a Scandinavian kingdom at the time of the Vikings. He joins the Vikings to go after marauding cannibalistic people. Well, that's quite the thing. I like the cannibalistic people.
I tell you what, I couldn't get to sleep Monday, and they had Clive Owen in The Last Night.
Oh.
Which I watched half of it and thought, this is all right. I wish I'd have seen the start.
Yeah.
It was about paladins,
Yeah.
Like...
Haven't you got a recording box that you can record any of these things?
Yeah, but I was in bed and it was halfway through by then. I don't know. You can't exactly get out of bed, can you? And say, "Oh, can I go back an hour in the time machine?"
You get a remote or something and just put it on. Anyhow, there we are.
I'll get my TARDIS and go back an hour and watch
oh yeah, listen to this one. I have the box set of Ghost Watch. You remember earlier I mentioned the Michael Parkinson one that I told you about. That
I thought it was one episode. You said
it was just a one-off.
How can you have a box? How can you have a box set of it?
Yeah, they did a special box set. It's just a one episode. Yeah.
I'm just asking because I don't know.
Yeah. Have a look after we've finished. You have a look. Look it up.
No, the last time I looked, I started ordering it and then found out somebody could have sent it me, couldn't I?
You didn't have enough money in your thing because you've got to be careful.
Just spent £9.54. I didn't need to do. Thank you very much.
Actually, that would be a real bugger if you order something and you haven't got enough money in your account.
I liked Muckman movies till he bloody told me that. Git.
Muckman movies. I remember watching it with my mum and sister, who both believed it. Yeah, I kept telling them it wasn't, but they didn't believe me. Yeah, I think at first it was extremely convincing.
I'll tell you why you liked it. I'll tell you why you liked it, right? Because there was a northerner in Michael bloody Parkinson telling you that it was the real thing with ghosts. And he was a right lying bastard all the way through it. Which is just typical because I talk to some Wednesday bastard every week who lies to me all the way through it.
What can you do?
And it's with a room of other Northerners that bloody lied to me all the way through it.
It's about as much idea as Lord, I don't know. You give up, don't you? You just let him go, yeah, with it.
It wouldn't be an Ian and Hill chat special if he didn't have
Just
me
let him get
ranting on before 12 o'clock. Go on.
And then we've got 13th Warrior was a huge flop. It was directed by John McTiernan, and I believe previously directed Die Hard and Predator, really?
Yeah, John McTiernan, right?
So that was I have heard of that film mentioned, 13th Warrior, but I'm not anything about it.
Did John McTiernan marry Gina Davis and they did the pirate flop called Treasure Island or something like? I forgot what it was called. It was a bloody flop. And no, she married Harlan, didn't she? A director called Harlan.
Oh.
Yeah, and I forgot what it was called, but it was a big flop.
I remember an awful lot of money
for the ships. It was like Pirates of the Caribbean without any humor in it.
That's right.
Rennie Harlan, that was his name.
Oh, right. Patrick Stewart been in Coronation Street in the 60s.
Yeah, he had hair then. That's why you don't recognize him.
He's also in a really good BBC series, I, Claudius.
Yeah, with the bloke from Cadfield in it. What's his name?
It's really good. And John Hurt's in that.
What's his name? Who was in Cadfield?
Who was in what?
Cadfield, that monk who did lots.
He played
the bloke. He played the bloke who stuttered, didn't he?
Oh, what was his name? He was in I, Claudius, wasn't he?
Look at that! Look. Muckman Movies tried to correct me, and I've already said it was Rennie Harlan. That's towards the end. Jacoby.
Derek Jacobi. Thank you. Well done. That's what he's on here for.
He's in Frasier, one of the funny episodes.
I mean, you wouldn't have him on for any other reasons, but
honestly, he's in an episode of Frasier, right?
Yeah,
which is really funny. They wanted to buy a theater, and they hired him to be in a Hamlet production. And they said, "Oh, we got to have him. He's brilliant. He's English. He did all of this," and then he hams it up all the way through. He goes, "Oh, Romeo, like this." And he's going, "Bloody hell, we don't remember him doing it like this." Jesus Christ. Brilliant.
Tony says, Jamie, it wasn't the best, but I quite enjoyed it. The cannibal tribe were quite intriguing. That's the 13th Warrior. Yeah. Have you seen Neil Marshall's Doomsday, Tony? It was absolutely slated when it came out, but I watched it recently and loved it. As cannibals in it too. Yeah, I've got that. Have you seen that one?
I've eaten a lot of soup by Campbell's.
Have you got Dog Soldiers?
Did you get that?
Dear,
God, you should have bloody laughed or smiled at that one. Soup by Campbell's, for God's sake.
I know soup.
Have I seen Neil?
I don't want to get onto a soup conversation again. You're going on about oxtail soup.
Neil Marshall's Doomsday. Just being serious. I don't think I've seen Neil Marshall's Doomsday. No, I don't think I have.
I've said that because he's the director of Dog Soldiers.
I'm quite willing to receive it through the post.
Anyway, he's out again.
Because I'm not going to get Fantastic Voyage anymore, you bastard.
There's no steel book of it either. So. That's why.
I'll accept it without a steel book if it's free. Just thought I'd mention it,
Tony says, not seen it, Jamie. I've heard of it. I enjoyed his Dog Soldiers.
Yes, by the way, you asked me if I've seen Dog Soldiers. Yes, I have. I think I've got it as well, Dog Soldiers. I think I bought it when Nigel told me that Ginger Snaps was good. I think I ordered Dog Soldiers.
Also,
It was
yeah,
sort of it was during a conversation, I think, about where we
yeah,
so.
yeah. Um, trying this comment for the third and last time, being deleted twice now.
Jesus Christ.
Well, what is the comment?
Yeah.
That's what I'd like to. Well, you can't put it down if it's been deleted. I don't know what it is that you're writing.
No.
I'll
tell you the other thing that sometimes works, right? If you're having a problem and the comment gets deleted, right? Here's one thing that you can try. Write it in Notepad, copy, and then paste it into the box and see whether it then gets deleted. Maybe it's something to do with a character or a JavaScript problem with the browser or a caching issue or something like that.
It's strange. Yeah.
I do know that somebody asked me the other day, I keep having my comments really deleted by you in your blog. And I said, why don't you put in the word test? Send it to me. And when it arrives, because test will come through, I'll heart it so it stays, and then you can edit it. You can go back, click on the three dots, edit it, and then type in all of the stuff that you had, because then they wouldn't be able to delete it because I've already said that I've seen the comment.
That's an interesting way of doing it. Yeah. Yeah.
Right. So all I'm saying to you is try putting something into Notepad and then pasting it in.
Yeah. Must be something they don't like again. Well, I don't know. You know, you can't tell us obviously what it is that.
Well, it was something about Roman Polanski. That's all we know, isn't it?
Yeah. Might be the word killers they don't like.
Yeah, that's another word they might be. You know.
Oh.
They wouldn't like me with my potty mouth tonight. I'll probably get. I wouldn't have one word come up.
I've heard a lot. I've heard people swearing all the time and using c words and stuff, and they don't get stopped, do they? They still carry on. They even get monetized. These people. It doesn't make any difference.
Yeah, that's true.
I'm
a long way from monetization.
Yeah,
and I wouldn't do it anyway.
Well, I'll talk to you afterwards about that.
I do this for fun.
So. Yeah. Anyhow, what's this? Adaman Murchan. You can't pronounce the word. Laugh out loud. Adamantur. I still can't.
It's not Arden. It's Ardna.
Ardna. Ardna Maturan Chan. Merchant. Merchant.
I'm probably destroying it as well, but that reads Ardna Merchant. But I'm probably pronouncing it wrong as well. But that's the sounding out way of doing it.
Yeah.
It's wrong.
Yeah.
If you sound out things, it'd be leg end, wouldn't
it? It's put a thumb up there, so I don't know. Del, it was someone called.
Yeah, I told you I got it wrong.
Who did the music for
Voyage to the Bottom of the Sea?
Oh yeah, I had to check. There you are. Yeah,
but John Williams did do Lost in Space because I've got the soundtrack to that.
Ah,
and it was Johnny Williams. His name was in that.
Let's have a look. They won't like Jamie. Very little. They do seem to like. Oh. Like that. I can't
like that. They won't like that, Jamie.
Yeah.
Something that Jamie has written, but I don't know.
Yeah. Recommend you pick Doomsday up. It's a homage film to Neil Marshall's favorite films: Aliens, Escape from New York, Mad Max, etc.
That sounds good.
Yeah. I'll add it to the list. Yeah. In fact, I reviewed it.
I reckon I have seen Doomsday. I can think of it now. It's almost at the same time as when they were doing all of those future films with cars where they go around an arena and try and destroy themselves. Doomsday, if I remember rightly, they live in a castle or something.
That's man, it shows how good I am. I reviewed it and I can't remember hardly anything about it. I know I reviewed it. Do you know? I think that has got. I think that you're right. Some are living in castles, like they're knights and stuff, and
Yeah.
they're all different sort of. And you've got other people. Yeah, I just remember that. It does ring a bell now. And then Jim, the banana splits. Go on, Del, sing us the theme.
Well, I can't.
There you are. He's too old now.
I got banned the last time that I sang a theme tune, which was what? Different Strokes, wasn't it?
Oh, banned? Yeah.
Yeah. You turned round to me and said you'd bar me from the show if I was to bloody sing any more crap because it hurt your ears and you had diarrhea for a week or something. You told me, I think something like that. That's the sort of thing I get after the after chat after this. Is that's the sort of thing.
Yeah.
Well, did it go? He goes tra la la la
Yeah,
la
that's
la
it.
tra la la
Yeah.
la la. One banana, two banana, three
Oh.
banana,
Oh
four.
yeah, awful.
4 bananas
Yeah.
make a bunch of soda. That's as far as I'm going. All right.
Tony says Edwin Astley did the Sade theme, Del. I thought it was, but I had to check.
Yeah, because I told you I didn't know who did the same theme. All I know is it goes.
Listen to this. That's a shame. I was going to send Del my fantastic voyage when I'd eventually watched it. I hope they don't allow cancellations for that order.
I'll certainly check it now. Here we go. Let's see whether I can go right. It hasn't been dispatched yet, so there we go. No, of course I wouldn't. It's nice that I wanted it. It's something that I was talking about, and I was going, do you know what? I don't think I've got that. So I've got no qualms about buying something like that because, to be quite honest, you're all bastards, and I probably wouldn't get it anyway because you're all dicks. You'd all send it to Ian, and he'd get it anyway. So. Stuff the lot of you. There you
go. First time I've laughed this week. Cheers, Del and Tony. There you
are.
Yeah,
my bloody pleasure, bastard. Seeing me suffer.
Laughing again. And Sai says the Father Ted Christmas special. Oh yeah, set in the laundry.
Oh, in the laundry with Graham Norton, isn't it? Graham Norton.
Fantastic. Father Ted. Yeah, we should mention that more. Great series it was. Absolutely wonderful. Have you seen the news that Liam Payne from One Direction has died, age 31?
Oh, Christ.
31?
No, I didn't say. Does anybody know what he died of? Is it a long illness? Is it sudden?
No,
is it an accident?
I heard that. No.
I dare say there's going to be, after 3 or 4 weeks, there'll be no end of jokes about One Direction and death.
Yeah.
Because that's the sort of world we live in. But that's horrible news to hear about anybody that you heard of. I mean, I was never a One Direction fan. You know what I mean? But like, I wasn't a big Westlife fan or a Boys fan or any of that sort of stuff. So.
But yeah, it's still sad.
Yeah.
Saw Pete Walker's Flesh and Blood show in 1972 for the first time. Murders at the End of a Pier Theatre. Still think House of Mortal Sin is his best horror. All right.
Wow.
I wonder if you've got that big box set, which that might come out of, or the Pete Walker box set. I bet he has. Yeah.
Flesh and Blood.
Yeah.
Hang
on. Has he got this?
No, because it's not in that box set.
Oh, right.
It's got dolls and other things in it.
Dolls is good.
Yeah.
I don't think that's Pete Walker though. I don't know.
I haven't seen either of those, and when they're off of your sort of like watch list, you can send them over to me, can't you? So,
yeah. Oh God, Christopher Biggins was good as lukewarm in Porridge. Tony says.
Yeah,
Oh
he was
yeah,
the
yes, I
gay
remember him
person.
now. Yeah,
He was the. I suppose you got to say homosexual now, haven't you? He was the homosexual in the prison, wasn't he? He was always going on
Yeah.
about his partner.
That's right. Yeah.
When Norman Stanley Fletcher was talking about
Yeah.
everybody's girlfriends and everything,
Yeah.
he said that he said all of you screws have got to worry about all of your wives and everything when you're locked in here with us, haven't you? Apart from lukewarm, who doesn't have to worry about things like that.
Yeah.
In fact, his partner's got to worry more, hasn't he? Because we're all bloody homosexuals in here, and locked in with 300 other inmates. They're all blokes. So yeah, that's what I remember. That joke in Porridge. Yeah.
Yeah.
And Brian Glover was in that, wasn't he?
Yes. Yeah.
First season, wasn't he?
I knew you'd mention that. Yeah. Mukbang Movie says my comment, third attempt, been deleted again. No idea since I tried replacing letters with numbers for the words I suspected would be flagged by YouTube.
They've got a master list of words that they must be using. But I tell you this much: this is what I don't get. If there's a master list of words, it has to go from his browser through the internet to a
Sorry,
server.
I'll be back in a minute.
This is all I'm going to say about it, Muckman, is that I can understand it with a blog comment, right? Because it has to go from your browser into a server, scanned, and then pasted into the blog comments. This is something that's almost instantaneous, a chat engine. It must be something to do with JavaScript. The JavaScript is a language that most chat engines are written in. That parser must be incredibly quick to scan and it not be there. But I feel for you trying to write comments to us that you want us to read, and all this crap's going on. Keep going, fella. Try not to worry too much about it. The only other thing I can think of, try this. This might work. Close your browser down, come back in, because we're going to be here till probably about 3 a.m. at this rate. And then when the chat engine is back up, try it once more. Maybe it's just something about the session that you're in. Don't know. But that's the other thing I'd try. Other than that, I've got not an awful lot to talk about, other than I do love you guys. I think you're absolutely wonderful. I know I'm taking the piss an awful lot. Only because I've had a shocking week. Like, I try and cheer myself up. Ian is the best at cheering me up. I have to turn around and say that. I say it in my blog every Sunday, to be quite honest, that I look forward to Wednesday because it's halfway through the week and it gets me through the next couple of days until I get to the blog. You know what I mean? So it's really great, you know, that we're having so much fun together in this. And I know I've taken the piss and I've got all sort of certain comments wrong and facts and figures and all of that sort of stuff. But I'll tell you what, being put on the spot where you can't do an internet search and all of that sort of stuff, it just proves to me, it keeps my brain active. I'm not at work at the moment because I'm waiting for my heart operation. And me not sitting down and doing my asset work, which I would do for the Ministry of Justice, which keeps me on my feet and keeps me sharp. Sort of like this is the best tonic for it. Anyway, I was bigging you up, Ian. Carry on.
Oh, thank you.
Yeah, I like lying at 12 o'clock at
night. This is something I meant to do earlier, but I'll do it now. There are 11 people, according to this, watching. Now, if any of you haven't seen Deboy's site, then please go over, there's a link in my description. Go over there and look at his channel, and it's brilliant. Absolutely, I say this. No, it really is. I'm not. He ain't paying me a backhander. No, it really is. His blog.
I do thank Ian for promoting me at 12:15 with 12 people watching when 27 were on earlier.
Hopefully the numbers won't go down now, but please go and subscribe his channel. He doesn't just do his blog. His blog is a centerpiece, but he does so much more as well. If you're into games and all that stuff, you'll like it as well. He does loads of game requests. It's all Chinese to me, but you know.
I did a movie review today.
He loves doing it, and it's great. And so please, if you haven't subscribed, go and subscribe, and that's it.
Cheers at 12:15. 5 people watching.
We've got 12 people. 12 people in bad at this time.
Yeah, the same 12 that are already subscribed to me, you miserable bastard. You should have been done at like 8 o'clock this afternoon, this evening. What are you on about?
We get people watching afterwards who might be watching this on Thursday or Friday even. Listening to it,
Actually, I did 2 videos today. I did a game one, and I did a film capsule review of Electric Dreams.
Do you know something? I didn't get a notification on that. I didn't know that. Seriously, Electric Dreams. Wow. Do you know I've had this on a few now. I've not been getting all my notifications. I ought to check.
Hey, I'll tell you something else.
No, seriously, saying it. There's a couple more that I haven't.
Steve came up to me, right? A few days ago. I don't know if you saw this. It was in the Discord. And he said, all right, Del, I've got to give you the unfortunate news that I've had to unsubscribe from Ian because of all of his previews, the notifications, right, have been filling up my box. So I've had to unsubscribe. So I turned around and said, you do know that you can actually hit the bell icon next to his subscribe button and it will say turn notifications off. You don't need to unsubscribe from him. And he went, oh, I didn't know that. So I've just resubscribed. Thanks very much for telling me that. So there you are. Saved your bloody subscriber.
Well, thank you. But no, there are, I don't know what has been happening. It's like Muckman. I've not had I don't get all his things through at all. No, seriously, I don't know what's going on. I'm gonna have to try and recheck.
Yeah, every single one of your buggers comes up in my stream. I can bloody well tell you that. Preview. You can see this video next in 2026. I've got them all coming up through mine.
Oh.
Yeah. I've got stuff that you're previewing in 2 years' time coming up in my bloody alert box. Right? Something will be out there on Saturday. I'm getting them saying, go watch this in 2027. It'll be great.
Well, it helps when you do your blog to put in the amount of stuff. It helps, doesn't it?
Honestly, bloody hell, man. And I told you, every time I do my blog, I said, I'm running out of ink in my pen. The amount of stuff I have to write down, it's got horror movies from 69 to 74 and review of SFX magazine, episode 2, season 2, episode 67 of X-Files.
But seriously, I didn't know you. I'm surprised. I didn't know you. I've had no notifications through that you'd done a capsule thing because I would have been over. I'm going to check. I'll have to check that out. How do I know if I'm not getting the notifications? Shall I just click the button again for notifications from you? I don't know. I should have. I've not had any through all this week from your channel.
That's YouTube for you, isn't it? They're not trying to advertise me anymore.
But I don't understand. I'll have to have a look afterwards.
Only people they advertise to now are the people that hit my dislike button.
I don't understand it. Why? Anyhow, it's all strange, but anyhow, that was my advert. Please, it's obviously if you haven't subscribed to him, please subscribe. As I put his link down. But
if you like TV shows which add Flipper and Skippy, and go watch Deboy's channel. Yeah, great Great advert for me. Thanks very much. Cheers.
Well, there's a lot of games requests he does. So go and have a look at them. You might, if you like games, here's your man. Here's your man for games. No idea what, but there you are. Occasionally, when he's bothered, he does a capsule TV review. But apparently, he's done one. Apparently, he's done one, and I've missed it. I've had no notification that he did one. What can I do? Anyway, I'll have to check it out now. Right. Muckman, last attempt. Fearless Vampire Killers. Oh wow, is available.
Oh, I haven't. Do you know what? I have not seen Fearless Vampire Killers in years. That's those two. Yeah. That's those two brothers, isn't it, that go around killing.
And we know who directed that. Yeah, that's why it's.
Is it Blu-ray?
He's got it on pre-order. But yeah,
pre-order of what? 4K, Blu-ray, DVD, what?
I think it'll. Oh, I don't know.
I should think it's Tigan, and I should think it's Blu-ray. I'm not sure.
But managing to get through using those words, it obviously identifies the films of these people straight off. Yeah. God, what can you do?
Let me do a test, right? Let me do a test. Here, hang on. I'm typing in the chat box now.
Put Fearless Vampire Killers.
Yeah, that's what I'm about. Yeah. You just got. Hang on. That's what I was typing.
Yeah.
Fearless Vampire Killers. Right, I've put it in.
Right.
It's showing my end.
Mm.
Is it showing at the bottom?
Oh. I'm not getting anything. I'm not getting yours. I'm at the bottom of the list. Oh, yeah, it's come on. Oh. It came on and then went off.
There you go.
Oh, wait a minute.
No, there it is.
No, it's gone. Oh, it's showing now. Oh, now it's on. Oh.
It says it takes a while to be deleted, so we'll watch that. Anyway, you're at the Fearless Vampire Killers and Muckman Movies if you want to scroll back up.
Well, it obviously does something. Anyway, let's go back up here to where we are.
The only difference between Muckman and me is I'm an administrator. That's it.
Yeah.
Any difference?
Let's try to find it again. Oh, I ain't got anything up anyhow. What was the last one?
It was last attempt. Fearless Vampire Killers is available for pre-order, and it's below that side box. Because we're near the bottom now, so we're near the end.
Yeah. Let's have a look. Yeah, right. Yeah, that last attempt. So it's after that. Sigh now. That's it. Yeah.
Sigh now. Yeah.
Yeah. Does anyone else think that the Lady Killers remake from the Coen Brothers is possibly the worst remake of all time?
I think there's worse, but I will say it's not Tom Hanks's best day.
Yeah, I didn't know Tom Hanks had done that. He's in that, is he? The remake.
Oh, yeah, because the thing about it is it's an Americanized rendition of the Lady Killers, and anybody that takes a British institutional comedy and makes it American, I tend to find don't work very well. I think they lose. I think they lose what makes it funny.
Yeah,
you don't get it. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I think there are worse remakes, but I can't think of one off the top of my head. But you know what I mean? When you consider that there are no end of reimagines and I mean, I wouldn't say Planet of the Apes by Tim Burton is worse than, is a worse remake. You know,
Yeah,
when it comes to
yeah.
the Planet of the Apes, I wouldn't say that was the worst remake ever. You see what I mean?
No,
It's a
no.
bloody awful film.
It's not a good one, but it's not the worst.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And so I would say that there's probably worse, but I just
Yeah.
can't think of one off the top of my head. But
Yeah.
I'll tell you what, we'll name it the worst until we can think of one. How's that?
And Muckman says, never watched it due to its reputation. Would rather stick with the original anyway.
I mean,
Sarah Robson,
I'd normally watch any Tom Hanks film because
stick
it's
to
in good
that.
hands,
It's horrendous. Yeah.
right? Because
Yeah.
there's a lot of films that he does that are in good. It's in good hands when you think of
Yeah.
a Tom Hanks film. You got Castaway and Forrest Gump and all of these sort of stuff. You got to turn around and say he does more hits than
Yeah.
failures. I mean, even the stuff like the Da Vinci Code, which I'm not really into, I watched and thought, well, some good bits in here.
Yeah.
But The Lady Killers, I think, is a very poor day for him, I will say.
Yeah. Let's see, we got Muckman movie saying, I like BB-8.
Oh, the robot. There you are. Well, there's one. There's one person that likes it. Jeez,
Yeah.
Want to put your hands up who likes BB-8?
Now, Tony says, I've never seen Fearless.
Oh, that's one way of doing it. Look, Fearless VK.
Yeah. Looks good.
Does that make you feel stupid, Buckman, that you kept trying to put that thing? All you had to do was put Fearless VK.
It looks good. Sharon Tate had a short career, unfortunately. Oh yeah. A good one of hers is Eye of the Devil, 1966, with David Niven, Donald Pleasance, and David Hemmings. That's a good cast. Yeah, Sharon Tate.
Oh, look. Donald Pleasance is there again. Look at that.
Yeah,
he was everywhere, weren't he?
He is. I don't know how many films he was in, but you can bet it's a hell of a lot.
A heck of a lot.
Yeah.
He's still in them now.
Yeah.
Been dead 20 years.
Yeah, that's why he's still they resurrect him every so often. It don't cost much now.
Yeah, that's right. He's pretty reasonable these days.
I'll put it on my watch list, Tony. All right. That's that film he's talking about. Yeah. Eye of the Devils. No, Gina Davis married Rennie Harlin, who directed Die Hard 2, and they made Cutthroat Island together. That's the one you was on.
I said Rennie Harlin.
Yeah.
You remember rightly?
Yeah. You remember a pirate movie?
Yeah, it's Cutthroat Island.
Yeah. I was typing as you were trying to remember. Yeah, there you are.
Oh, type faster, you miserable bastard.
Fearless Vampire Killers 4K. Where to pre-order?
So it's 4K. It is 4K.
Yeah. That's the way to do it, RVK. I wouldn't have known otherwise. WB site. Warner Brothers. Yeah,
the Warner
site. Brothers. Don't think it's a 4K though, says Muckman Movies.
I'm just checking.
Fearless Vampire Killers, yeah. And Muckman says it's a Warner Archive release.
There's a Warner Brothers Archive release, the Fearless Vampire Killers Blu-ray on Amazon at $25.50, but it doesn't say pre-order. It doesn't say pre-order. You can get it now.
25 quid. Wow.
£25.50.
That's a little bit steep.
But he said his is a pre-order, so I'm betting it's 4K. This is the old release.
Yeah.
So if I put Fearless Vampire Killers Warner Brothers.
He said it's on their website. Yeah.
Yeah. Because I don't want to go to the Warner Brothers site. There we are. Fearless Vampire Killers Warner Brothers. There we go. On the Warner Brothers site. Available now on DVD and digital, it says.
It's no good.
It says.
It's not on there.
No, I don't see it at the moment. I'm going to type it in.
Perhaps it's out of print.
I don't know if it's pre-order.
Uh,
How can it be out of print? If it's,
well,
if it's
I don't know if it's not there.
Warner Brothers announces. No, that ain't it. See all results. I just see the one on DVD and digital. I'll look a little bit better now, matey. Don't worry about it.
Okay. Right.
I believe Muckman, it's there. I just not looking.
He said it's a Warner Archive release. So, nice one, thank you. And then don't know what's funny is Dell singing, trying to anyway.
Hey, hang on a minute.
Scottish place name. Oh well, thank you, Tony. Yes, don't put any Scottish place names up.
I'll have you know I was a choir boy.
Yeah, the Cat's Choir.
Shut your face, you. What was that? Was that the choir where the Muppets sing? Is that what you're going to say?
Oh dear. Liam Payne apparently fell. Wow, from a 4th floor hotel balcony. Blooming heck.
Bloody hell. That'd kill you. That'd kill you. Well, then
that'll be. I bet that's now quite a big story. I bet that's getting into.
I should think that'll be all over the morning news. I should think,
especially falling like that, and people will be thinking all sorts.
Yeah, was he pushed and all that sort of stuff?
Yeah. Oh, was he stoned out of his head or something?
Stoned out of his head. Yeah.
Yeah. No, I didn't get the box set as I already had some of the titles. The ones I have are individual releases. Oh yeah.
What was that about?
That was that. There was a horror film he mentioned, and it's
oh okay.
In a box set with, and the name has just totally gone out of my head. I'm hopeless. Is it Walker? Somebody? The bloke who
they make crisps.
Yeah, I may be wrong on that. Anyhow, sorry, Tony. My brain has totally gone.
I fancy a burger now. I don't know why. It's late at night, but I fancy.
Yeah,
I fancy a burger this late at night.
Yeah.
Maybe it's because when I used to go out drinking, I used to go home and have a kebab and chips and all sorts.
Oh, God, you're making me hungry. Stop it. Yeah, I'm hungry now. You've said that. I'm really enjoying watching your frustrated game playing videos, Del. It's hilarious, you bastard.
Thanks very much, man. Look, I obviously did the video for you. If you mentioned another one, I'd do it. It's just I'm doing things in rounds at the moment.
Yeah.
So I've asked people that I know, 7 people actually. I thought to myself, if I chose 7 people, then you know, I'd go round to the next one. It'd be 7, 14, 21. You know, like 7 days in a week. Not realizing that I was only going to do 5 in a week. So it didn't work out well, that did it?
Yeah.
But I hope I did your Starquake.
Yeah.
I'll tell you what, that was a bastard one to do. That was. You really wanted me to suffer on that one, I can tell you.
Oh well, sounds good. Yeah. He says, "I've noticed you don't watch my videos, Ian." It's simply
you miserable bastard. There's people out there that you're supposed to be watching and you don't watch them, and yet you
I don't get any notifications,
stuff, don't you?
Yeah. As something's been going on with notifications, I've not had any. Especially, you know,
what a piss poor.
He of course thinks it's all fabricated and
it's all piss poor
rubbish.
Man, he's never watched your stuff. The only things he's watched is where he's commented. He's only commented twice this year on your channel. I'm telling you now, he's a lying bastard. You all think he's wonderful, and not bugger all. He's too busy hitting that record button on his own son YouTube. He ain't got time to watch your stuff.
Oh dear. No. I must admit, I just don't get any notifications from your site. I can see it. Oh yeah, it's that. Fearless Vampire Killers. It takes a while to be deleted.
Yeah,
Oh,
in other words, whether that Fearless Vampire Killer. So you can't see it now.
yeah.
I take it you can't see it now because it takes a while to be deleted. It's 2 entries before Fearless Vampire Killer.
Yeah.
So can you see it now?
I'm just going down. No, I can't see it now. You're right. It's gone.
Yeah, gone.
Yeah.
I can see it in my comments. I can see it in the chat still.
Let's have a look. Where are we?
It was at 12:22.
Yeah, it takes a while. Muckman says it takes a while to be deleted. Yeah.
So look above that.
I did put the words Warner Brother website in too.
Yes, but can you see it, matey? 2 above, it takes a while to be deleted. 2 above is my entry, Fearless Vampire Killers. Can you see it?
Yes, I can see your entry, Fearless Vampire Killers.
So even though it takes a while, it's still there.
Yeah, still there. So the Warner Brothers website business. I don't know about how to explain that. Amazon of Fearless Vampire Killers is an import, Dell. It's an import.
Yeah, so I'm going to put in pre-order Fearless Vampire Bastards. I mean, Fire Killers. Killers. Warner Brothers. Now, if that don't bring it up, well, stuff you. That's all I got to say. Fearless Vampire Killers, or pardon me, but your teeth. Yeah, $14.99. Come up. $14.99 on Blu-ray.
Yeah.
1 disc special.
Oh yeah, he's saying it's a Blu-ray. Yeah.
Special features, vintage making.
And I've pre-ordered it. Yeah. Yeah. Oh yeah. Is that what I was trying to think of? It's Pete Walker. There we are. Yeah. The Pete Walker. Then Dell fancies a burger after hearing Liam Payne has jumped off a balcony.
Don't join the two together. Nothing to... You said you're hungry yourself. Are you hungry because you heard about Liam Payne jumped off a balcony? Is that what you're trying to say?
Yeah. And Tony says, I fancy bacon and eggs. Yeah, it's nearly breakfast time.
if this goes on another 20 minutes, it will be bloody breakfast time.
And then Tony still is saying, I can see Fearless Vampire Killers.
Do you know, we're joking here, but we were going to rename this chat GMB, weren't we? Good Morning Britain.
Yeah. And Muckman says he can still see it, and it's baffling me now. And that is the last comment. Oh, wait a minute. Look,
the more you keep saying that's the last one, the more people keep adding stuff to it.
Well, there is.
Haven't you? After 28 episodes, haven't you worked that out yet?
Oh, we got another one.
There we go. Look, night, everyone. Look, it'll be going on now till 2 in the morning.
Night, Tony. Thank you for being here again. Thank you. And another one. Thanks for keeping my mind occupied tonight. It's been a horrible week. Yeah, I'm sorry about it. Good night, chaps.
No.
Yeah.
My thoughts are with you, man, even though you've corrected me all through the night. And you could have said there, good night, chops, because that. I could do
thank you for being.
I could do a pork chop right now.
Yeah. Oh, dear. Anyhow, that's it then. So thank you for everybody that has joined us. And thank you, Deboy. And that's it. So let's Deboy says farewells.
Why is it that you've got to say the last words, you miserable bastard? Salute, everybody. Thank you very much. I love you all.
Oh, and then saying a Barnsley chop.
You said it was the last words I was going to say. Look, somebody else comes in and says something. Salute, and I love you all. Over to Ian.
And all I've got to say is, I'll see thee again.
Jesus, man.
And